real science. And it's because of numbers such as they are about to give us later that continue to be transfixed by the fact that it was a great big lie. They continue to tell the lie. They don't want to see the damage to our immune system that's going on. And it is tragic that that is the case, but we'll continue to fight it. So, speaking of numbers, I had 4 or 5 situations that were just little 2-minute vignettes that I could tell you about. 1 in 50 or 50-50. What do you want? You want a 50 out of 50 chance, in other words, an absolute chance of dying? Then take remdesivir in hospital. If you want only a 1 in 50 chance of dying, like 2%, like 49 of you are going to live, you'd like to take some ivermectin that would either keep you out of hospital, or even if you were in there, if you were given it, you would survive. This is the story of what a lawyer did to prove what doctors and hospital administrators were not willing to do. What a lawyer, Ralph Larigo from Buffalo, New York, did was represent 100 different clients in the state. He must have been a busy man for a year. He went to court 100 different times in 100 different settings. And in all of them, the families were saying, we want our loved one to receive ivermectin while they're in hospital. In every instance, the hospital was saying no, because the hospital didn't believe that they could do anything other than what the gov was telling you, that you can't give ivermectin. Well, he won 50 times, and he lost 50 times. That's pretty average. You go in front of judges, you win some, you lose some. It's not because he did a bad presentation in front of some judges. It's just that some judges wouldn't buy what he was telling them, and other judges did. What the judge's decision, and it was a legal decision, to force the hospital to let the patient have the ivermectin. In 50 occasions, they forced the hospital legally, you have to give it. It's the patient's wish. 49 out of 50 lived. 49 out of 50 lived. There was one death. They've been in hospital 10, 15 days. They were on death's door already. And ivermectin saved their life because the lawyer won in front of those 50 judges. In the opposite 50 judges, stretched over the same year and a half, he was not able to win for the family. The loved one continued on the eminent non-ivermectin care in the hospital. They all left in volume. They are all buried as we speak. So doctors were not allowed to make these decisions with their patients. Doctors were not allowed to save all 100 of those patients, because if they had all gotten the same legal decision as happened to the lucky half, they'd all be alive. So I'm here standing here and telling every moron politician on earth, ivermectin is a clinical medication that saves lives. Yeah. Saves you from COVID-19 itself. Of course, it has benefits in terms of vaccine injury and the like, but we won't get into that. But just to purely save yourself from COVID-19, all you needed was 5 days on ivermectin, and you walked out of the hospital. Without it, you did not. That's one example. Another example is from down in New Zealand. And it's a different kind of a percentage number. It's a bizarre number. Sadly, looking around here, sadly, it's great if there's 150 people. But 1.5 of us should be dead a year from now. 99% of us should live. 99% of our 150 should live. But 1.5 of us, 1 or 2, could, should, and might, because they get hurt in a boating accident or they suddenly get a cancer. It's rare, but only 1% of the world's population dies in a given year. 1%, 1 in 100. I'd like to tell you about 100 people who got COVID shots from the same vial in Invercargill, New Zealand. Same vial, same hour, between 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. All 100 people got the death. Went home, felt good enough. There might have been a few who felt a little faint that day, ache in the arm, whatever. 1 year later, the 100 people who took that specific vial, 99 were dead. It's an impossibility. It's an impossibility that 100% of people will die a year later when they were all living healthy beings the year before. The thing thing that they all had in common is that they all took a friggin' jab, a COVID-19 death shot. They all took it that day, and they got one of the hottest, meanest, most evil-filled jab possible. And as a result, there was a 99% death rate in that population of folks who took their medicine between 1 o'clock and 2 p.m. that afternoon. It is tragic that they're calling a medication something that isn't similar. Did you know that 1/3 of the people got salt water? Not even by choice. It was just the people putting it out. They wanted to see what a weaker dose and a stronger dose would do to them. So they put out weaker doses and they put out stronger doses. I probably got a weaker dose because I'm not doing too terrible after. I do have tinnitus. I do have some cardiac symptoms. It's not great, but it's nothing compared to the sufferings of deceased John Hartman and paralyzed Michael Osh and many other that I could mention. But it just saddens me so much. People, folks, were allowed to run programs with drugs that were not safe and were purposely put in high, medium, and low strengths so that the people who designed this could look and see and learn from. Oh, how much disease do we get from this lot number? How much disease do we get from this lot number? They knew what went into the lot numbers. They just wanted to see the real world result. So Lord Almighty, stop anyone from getting mRNA. mRNA is toxic. mRNA is death leading. And the fact that they're putting it into pigs and cows, and our vets are putting mRNA into our pets, and that if you go for a flu shot this summer or this fall, there will be mRNA in it. It's not the old school flu shot anymore. It's an mRNA flu shot with all of the toxicity that includes. So to all of society, including the people who are not, please think long and hard. You want more genetic coding, which is not human, put into you so that your immune system will detect this genetic coding sitting in your heart and sitting in your kidney and sitting in your brain. And then it will do what everyone else who has inspired from this. It will attack your heart, your aorta, or your brain, and you'll stroke out or whatever. Die quietly in your sleep, and everybody thinks it's natural, but it's because your immune system is attacking with white blood cells against the tissue that has mRNA/DNA in it. One more number. A certain Dr. Little in Florida, wonderful guy. Got to meet him on a Zoom once. He treated 4,000 patients as outpatients. Not one of them ever got near the hospital. He gave them ivermectin. He gave them hydroxychloroquine. Not a soul in Central Florida where he lived expired from COVID. They were all better in 4 days. The sniffles even were gone within 4 days. They never got near a hospital. They were 60 years old, 70-year-old, 30-year-olds, everybody, a wide complex of his standard patients. Treated them. He wasn't stopped from treating them like I was in Ottawa. I couldn't prescribe ivermectin. A pharmacy would never have filled it. As soon as they got a sniff that it was something that was anything related to COVID, they were going to deny it. The government had told the Pharmacy Association and the pharmacists to deny the giving of ivermectin, even though it was a legally prescribed drug, if you wanted to take it for other conditions. And I think the last number I'll give you, it was pretty old news in a way. It all happened in 2008. 2008, my goodness, that's a long time before 2019, right? Well, in 2008 was the ending of a 6-year program to determine what should we use if another SARS-CoV-1 comes to us. Like if we had SARS-CoV-1 in 2002, San Francisco and Toronto had, I don't know how many deaths each. It was under 50, perhaps it was 10 in Toronto, I don't know. But there were deaths. There were deaths that happened from the original COVID. The scientists went to work. And although they didn't test drugs on people, they tested it on chimpanzees, on mice, on guinea pigs, exposed chimpanzees and the mice and the guinea pigs to the while they had it in secure storage, they were able to test what would we do if SARS-CoV ever came to us again. And they gave the COVID to the guinea pigs. They all died, unless they were given ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine. All of the guinea pigs survived who were given hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin in the same 24-hour period in which they were exposed to the virus. Ladies and gentlemen, the world knew, and the world never told us, that they had the absolute protective mechanism to save us if there was ever some kind of COVID pandemic around the world. They hid the cure, and we're all barely standing here talking. Anyway, I think I'll finish for now. I do talk a little later on behalf of a fellow colleague of mine, a wonderful scientist who's not able to come to today's talk. So I'll be speaking to you again then. But in terms of my words and my caring for everyone, God bless. God bless. Only a minute and a half song. Thank you very much, Dr. Shoemaker. That was fantastic. Just in this quick moment, I want to encourage everyone, if you meet someone here today and you're having a good chit chat, you're getting along, exchange emails or phone numbers, like keep the connection going. Got to keep the ball rolling in this time. You know, we get together. A lot of what we're doing here is getting together and kind of like making connections that we may need down the road here real soon. Today, right? So we're gonna have Brian Dirksen up here in a moment. Should we do a rap about him? Here comes Brian Dirksen. Here comes Brian Dirksen. He's the last trucker. Trucker that never left. Here comes Brian Dirksen. So Brian's been down on Wellington Street ever since the convoy. You know, spreading the word. Him and Howard Kwan over there with the signs. I'm always raving about it because when you go by there, you see them talking with tourists from all over the world. So they're making a difference internationally by staying there and standing in their truth. So Brian's working on this all summer. So here we go. Brian Dirksen. Hello, friends. You'll notice that's Howard out there with that sign. If everybody, no, I'm not going to read that sign, but I'm going to start out talking about that sign. Before we get there, first of all, I would like to thank Moderna and Pfizer for not sponsoring this event. But I certainly would like to thank Chris Pomeroy for all his hard work that has been done for making this event possible. Hello, friends. My name is Brian Dirksen. I'm also known as a singer-songwriter. Some people call me the Sheriff of Wellington, but I'm more commonly known as the trucker that never left. Friends, this sign that Howard's reading is a quote from von Hayek, who talked in Austria. And this is a principle that we have to keep in mind all of the time. And the problem is, not only do we like to use emergencies to instill a permanent alteration in things, but the problem is that we don't go back to the emergency condition. And that's unacceptable, because this is a way of having the public accepting a thing it would not otherwise accept. And we know that because they said it. Now, we have chief executive officers of pharmaceutical companies who said If we told the people it was a gene therapy, they would never take it. Okay? Newsflash, they did tell you it was a gene therapy. Every single one of the manufacturers did. The FDA's official document on mRNA said it was an experimental gene therapy. And they said if we don't call it a vaccination, people won't take it. Friends, for 110 years, we the people have been lied to, where a very specific and small number of criminal industrial conspirators decided to subordinate the entirety of the human population for the purpose of their sinister plans to enrich themselves while impoverishing and killing the rest of humanity. Since its formation in the 1940s, the World Health Organization has been nothing more than a criminal cartel that has a sole and singular intent. This was never a public health anything. It was racketeering for the purpose of instilling terror to adapt the behavior of a population. Period. We did not have a pandemic. We had genocide. If you didn't intend to commit a crime, why would you need to give yourself permanent and absolute immunity from every form of prosecution? And it's worse, even investigation for prosecution of every kind. This is a criminal organization who set in motion their own laws to protect themselves against crimes they knew they were going to commit. And when I say they knew it, I mean they knew it. This is an organized crime racketeering entity set up to give itself first absolute immunity and then execute its plans to make sure it controls who lives, who dies, and who has any chance at life. So, do I have a problem calling the injection a biological warfare enabling technology? Absolutely not, because that's what they called it. On September the 18th, 2019, the racketeering, co-conspiring cabal of interlocking directorates, also known as the World Health Organization, said that they were going to conduct an experience for the world that is going to be, quote, a rapidly spreading pandemic due to a respiratory pathogen, close quote. They didn't say, we're just going to have a few sniffles going around. They said we were going to actually have the promulgation of a deadly agent. And the stated reason, in September of 2020, the progress indicator is that the world would accept a universal vaccine. Friends, until we treat this as a criminal conspiracy of criminal racketeers resulting in global terrorism for the purpose of profiteering and murder, until we have that conversation, we are having the wrong conversation.
You got it.
Don't just limit the who, destroy the who.
Yep. Like a fucking murderer.
Thank you, friends. September the 18th of 2019 was a very dark day in human history because it was on that day that they made the announcement that they were going to start killing people. And that's a fact. And by this time, the World Health Organization had long declared that SARS-CoV was an eradicated disease. So why would we need a vaccine for an eradicated disease? Oh, that's right, because it never was a disease. SARS 1.0 wasn't either. SARS 1.0 was the first round of the bioweapons release, and SARS 2.0 was the second round. And newsflash, is there any media here in the house? Great. I hope so, because here's your indictment. And friends, if you'll notice, we put some green signs up along the trees. I hope everybody reads that. That big long one there on the tree over there, I'm going to read that for you here right now. This is their indictment by their own quote, in which they said, until an infectious disease crisis is very real, present, and at the emergency threshold, that it is often largely ignored. To sustain the funding base beyond the crisis, he said, we need to increase the public understanding for the need for medical countermeasures such as a pan-influenza or pan-coronavirus vaccine. A key driver is the media, and the economics will follow the hype. We need to use that hype to our advantage to get to the real issues. Investors will follow if they see profit at the end of the process. Sounds like public health. Sounds like the best of humanity. Is this a statement that said the government was trying to do its best? Bullshit. Not a single one of them told us the truth. And it's not just kind of a lie. This was actually domestic terrorism for the purpose of reckless homicide, leading to now premeditated murder. That's what it was. So anyone who is still pretending that it's something else can stop, especially by the time I finish this speech. Because I like to present these little inconvenient things called facts. Now, Dr. David Martin travels around the globe largely unimpeded, and I can tell you this would not be possible if the things he said were not true, because he would be, what? Sued for libel. And he says nasty things about bad people. Well, you're not really supposed to judge. Well, guess what? He's not judging. He's not judging. He's just pointing out, I don't know, the self-evident facts, like April the 20th of 2001, when the CDC filed a patent on coronavirus isolated from humans. Isn't that fascinating? That only 2 days later, in 2001, there was a vaccine for the thing that was invented 2 days earlier? And get this, with data in the patent on the so-called vaccine. Boom, baby! That doesn't really happen in the real world unless criminals are colluding. That's the CDC and a little company called Sequoia Pharmaceuticals. Now, if I started to talk about the link between Sequoia Pharmaceuticals and Justin Trudeau, I would end up off the topic. But save that juicy little gem for the more exhaustive version of this presentation. Friends, 1953 was when DNA started being recognized. And 12 years later, the first thing that we found out that could be turned into a bioweapon was coronavirus. And in 1966, 1967, we actually established that coronavirus was the best viral model to use as a vector to get people infected with other things. And the patent they used to unleash SARS 1.0, it didn't go off exactly the way it was planned. Now, you remember Dr. Schumacher just spoke here, okay? He was talking about the incidents that just had happened here. So I think the number is about 800 people, okay? That's how many people died SARS 1.0. And I didn't have time to write that into my speech here, but I'm just commenting on what he said. So he's right on. And so Ralph Baric and his team of minions at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, patented what I'm now quoting from their patent was the infectious, replicated, defective clone of coronavirus. Now that meant we were going to take coronavirus model, we're going to turn it into an envelope. We're going to put other things into that envelope and deliver it into the cell So that what? So that it can infect people. This is actually a confession. This is a confession that this is a bullet. It's a bullet. It's meant to hit a target, but unlike virus models that had been advanced before, this one wasn't supposed to propagate. And lo and behold, this patent, filed in 2002, became SARS 1.0. And because the weapon didn't go off the way it was supposed to, guess what? They decided they needed to up the ante. Therefore, the gain of function research that was approved the very next year in 2003 so that the CDC and Sequoia Pharmaceuticals can actually figure that out. Friends, Canada has laws against biowarfare. Did you know that? Really robust laws. Now, I have to pass over some details only because of the time that I'm
Hey,
allotted
Nova
here.
Scotia.
And I want to show you something else. The fact that the lie that we were told about safe and effective was known to be a lie in 2010 when the National Science Foundation grant, which was called, hey, are you ready for this? Darwinian Chemical Systems. Anybody feeling warm and fuzzy about that? Got a nice Christmas feeling? Darwinian Chemical System. When that grant showed it was possible to take mRNA and transfect it and translate it into human DNA and other cell lines, guess what? That's when the company Moderna was born. Moderna is the outgrowth of that grant. The first patent is the co-investigator on the National Science Foundation grant and lead investor of Flagship Biosciences, which was the investment bank firm that actually put the check in to create Moderna. Interestingly, you know what? There's no real history on that, which is going to ring a tiny little bell about the funding and where it came from. University of British Columbia. But you know what? Don't worry, because it's all documented facts. So let's move forward, shall we? Which leads us to the decade of vaccines, which was 2011 when the Gates Foundation, the NIH, the NIAID, and the Wellcome Trust and others got together and said this, friends. By September of 2020, the universal vaccine would be accepted globally. That was in a publication called The Decade of Vaccines, published by the Global Preparedness Monitoring Board of the World Health Organization. Well. If you can forecast that the world is going to accept a universal vaccine by 2020 in 2011, there's a high probability that you have a plan.
No kidding.
Well, they did have a plan. And that plan was published again inside what was called the World at Risk publication, was published, get this, September the 18th, 2019, in which the following was stated, quote, a rapidly spreading pandemic due to a lethal respiratory pathogen, whether naturally emergent or accidentally or deliberately released, September the 18th, published. Two words in that statement which are highly problematic to all the bullshit that we hear about. The term lethal before respiratory pathogen, because that means we knew it was deadly. And then the word release. You know what you don't hear about? How did it get into circulation? Was it a lab leak? Was it the Wuhan wet market? Was it a bat and a penguin went into a bar one night, got on a better, went home and had sex, and lo and behold, we got SARS-CoV-2? What was it? Oh, that's right, accidental or intentional release. That's an act, ladies and gentlemen. That's not an accident. That's an act. And what was the metric? By September 2020, the world would accept a universal vaccine. Stop pretending not to know. It's insulting to your intelligence and to mine. Stop pretending not to know. They knew they were going to kill people for the purpose of instilling terror. They knew that the intervention they were going to do was going to kill people. And by September 8th of 2018, oh my God, Canada, the legal proceedings of the University of British Columbia's fight with Moderna on who owned lipid nanoparticles decided, are you ready for this? In the Patent Trial Appeals Board in November of 2018. Did you hear the date on that? Now, coincidentally, with this mysterious lawsuit where Pfizer and BioNTech were fighting with the University of British Columbia's various corporations, and wow, oh my, if you look at the history on those corporations, it reads literally like a bloodbath. Like, oh, that's right. Some of the investors in these corporations died in a plane crash that might have taken out a former premier. Oh, am I not supposed to say that? Because it would suggest that somebody was trying to kill the evidence? Except they were. And that's why that happened. And we're sitting here pretending like, oops, we didn't know anything about that. Just look the other way. Well, here's the problem. Don't look the other way. When you have to murder people to cover up an international crime, we should be concerned about that. We should be equally concerned about the fact that here in Canada, we enabled the largest genocide in human history, courtesy of the University of British Columbia. The largest genocide in human history enabled right here in Canada. That sucks. But nobody bothers to look at this, and nobody bothers to look at the dates or bothers to look at the communications on this and go, hold on for a second. Why was Arbutus and Acutus, why were they so interested in mRNA vaccines when no one was manufacturing them? Why would you have a patent fight, a very costly patent fight? Why would you do that if there was no commercial interest in the thing that you were fighting about? Unless there was a commercial interest in the thing that you were fighting about. Guess what? It turns out that Dr. David E. Martin made these allegations. Friends, the crime could only have happened if the University of British Columbia was allowed with impunity to enable biological warfare enabling technologies. And that's a violation of Canadian law. And not a single Canadian has even alleged what Dr. David Martin has been saying all along. Now, I can assure you that from here, knowing what we know, that my job is not to be nice. Anyone who says, well, we really don't know, that's bullcrap a ding dong. That this was a mass planned genocide. And I can assure you that there are cabinets and premiers in a number of provinces that are actively involved in reckless homicide today, on this day. And it goes from reckless homicide to premeditated murder. That's what it is. So stop pretending that it isn't. Okay? Okay. So let's make this observation together. You're going to roll out a thing that's never been used. You're not even going to have it be a vaccination. You're going to have it be a genetically modified product that is supposed to genetically modify an organism. We don't have any data on it. We don't have any safety, efficacy, anything else data on the thing. But we're going to go ahead and we're going to roll it out. And it cannot, by law, have an adverse event because we changed the law on what an adverse event is, which means everyone can die from these injections, and every public health agency around the world can get up and say, hey, nothing to see here. There were no adverse events. But it turns out that deceptive medical practices is illegal on both sides of the Canadian-U.S. border, and not a single person has decided to file those charges. Not one. And that's a simple one. That's called low-hanging fruit. Now, I'm obligated to point this out. It was always, from its inception, a criminal conspiracy of bioterrorism. And friends, by this time, the World Health Organization had already said that SARS-CoV was an eradicated disease. So why would we need a vaccine for an eradicated disease declared such by the World Health Organization? Well, that's right, because it never was. Remember? SARS 1.0, SARS 2.0, as I said, first and second round. Look, friends, every single pharmacy, every single public health officer by 2018 had the ability, if they are literate, to know that absolutely everything in this injection was lethal. Every single component was known and published to be lethal in 2018. Friends, we have been lured into believing that EcoHealth Alliance and DARPA and all these other organizations is what we should be pointing to. But we have been specifically requested to ignore the facts that over $10 billion have been funneled through black operations through the check of Anthony Fauci and a side-by-side ledger where the NIAID has a balance sheet. And next to it is a biodefense balance sheet equivalent dollar for dollar that no one in the media likes to talk about. And it's been going on since 2005. A biological weapons lab facility at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, received an exemption from gain of function moratorium, which means you're supposed to stop, so that by 2016 we could publish the journal article that said, quote, SARS coronavirus is poised for human emergence in 2016. And what, you might ask, was SARS coronavirus poised for human emergence? It was WIV1, Wuhan Institute of Virology Virus 1, poised for human emergence in 2016 at the National Academy of Sciences, so that by the time we get to 2017 and 2018, the following phrase entered into common parlance with the community. Quote, there is going to be an accidental or intentional release of a respiratory pathogen, close quote. The operative word in that phrase, obviously, the word release. And friends, four times in April of 2019, and this is 7 months before the allegation of patient number 1. Justin Trudeau's little buddies over there at Moderna actually took 4 patent applications and modified them to include the term accidental or intentional release of a respiratory pathogen. Why? As the justification for making a vaccine for a thing that didn't even exist. And that's what I really want to sink in here right now. To make a thing for a thing that didn't even exist. And that's why I say, right here and right now, this is where I like people to please note the whole premeditated nature of all of this. Friends, Canadian law states that if you enable the production and distribution of biological weapons, you are guilty of penalties that include years in prison, hundreds of millions of dollars in fines, and Canada participates in this thing, which was the EHCR, European Convention on Human Rights,
and a modification of a little thing done by the World Health Organization in 2018, which was really like not cool. They decided to change the definition of what an adverse event was following injection. So it can only be, now get this, you got to pay attention. It can only be an adverse event if there was published literature proving that the event was an adverse event based on the vaccination. Isn't that clever? They changed the legal definition of what an adverse event was. They actually erased evidence before there was evidence. Convenient when you can do that under the cloak of darkness. And every person involved in this needs to actually have a contrite response, not I was just doing my job at the time. Because the job at the time was known by 2018 to be premeditated murder. That is not a job you can ever hide behind, and you never will be able to hide behind. So don't pretend. And friends, the Commonwealth is all over this. Eliza Manningham Buller. And this is where you know that I must be absolutely mad. Head of the Secret Service, MI5, was the architect of this thing. Yes, I said it. There you go. She was the head of the Wellcome Trust at the time that this happened, along with Jeremy Farr. Did you know that? This was a UK intel op. You're not supposed to say that in Commonwealth countries. You're actually not supposed to say that in any country because guess what? They get really pissed when you say it. But the problem is, that's who it was. Julia Gillard, Prime Minister of Australia at the time, who was so rock solid when she was Prime Minister, woohoo, also leading the mass genocide. Jeremy Farr, Dame Amelia Fawcett at State Street, and none other than Dustin Moskowitz, the co-founder of Facebook, who funded all of this so he could get CRISPR technologies approved under an emergency use authorization. That's right. Gene editing needed to have something to edit. And we know from Dolly the sheep and every other experiment that we did, we know that the public wouldn't accept it. So what are we going to do? We're going to defile every child, every gestating mother, every newborn, every mother. We're going to defile all of them. So we can do what? Build the inventory of people who need gene editing in the future. Oh, shit. Did I just say that out loud? Yes, I did. Well, you see, people, this is about profit at the cost of human life. This was genocide for hire. That's what it was. And until we embrace that that's the reality that we're dealing with, we are fooling ourselves. And I'm tired. I'm tired of this soft peddling where we're supposed to be nice to genocidal, homicidal maniacs. It's time that we stop pretending and start calling them out. Okay?
Yep.
So I get it.
Got it. Get her done.
We want political sensitivity. But you know what you can't have? You can't have what happened at the end of the Nuremberg trials. At the end of the Nuremberg trials, we decided that about 20 bad guys needed to go to jail. We hanged some of them. Some of them went to jail. Some of them died in the process. But what we didn't have, we didn't question the doctors and the chemical companies and all the other people that were responsible. 20 bad guys. It just didn't equate. Every person involved in this needs to actually have a contrite response, not I was just doing my job at the time. Because as I said earlier, we knew by 2018 premeditated murder. So don't pretend. So the question, friends, do we need a Nuremberg 2.0?
Yeah.
The answer is no. Because Nuremberg was wrong. We need something more akin to what happened in South Africa at the end of apartheid. We need truth and reconciliation. But for that to work, you need to have three elements. First of all, you have to have absolute disclosure of the truth. We need to have the email communication between the people that did all of this unredacted and in the public domain.
Yep.
And we need to have contrition, because it's more than just saying you're sorry. It's a true change of heart. It's the remediation that says we're going to stop, especially what happens at the University of British Columbia. So it's truth, it's contrition, and then, friends, under Crown law, we have something that's very unique here in Canada. We have the ability, under fraudulent inducement, to have the aggrieved party be recovered to their pre-aggrieved state. That means every small business that was closed, that means every person who was injured, every person who had loss of life, loss of employment, loss of anything else, has to be returned to the condition they were before the violation happened. That means that Pfizer and Moderna have a legal obligation to find out how to fix the crap that they put into people's bodies. That's their legal obligation under Commonwealth law. And until we've done that, we have not even come close to justice. People, Dr. David Martin has never had to retract a single word that he has said. And you know what? I love that fact, because we have not heard his opinion and you have not heard mine. Every single thing we state is a reference back. You can look them up. And the reason why what's happening here is so critical is because it's time for some certain cabinets in this country for the first time to stand together and stand up for the first time for humanity. If we call on Dr. David Martin, he will come. And if any of you have heard his presentation when he was in Calgary, he told us all, and as I read to you here, no one has gone for the low-hanging fruit. None of us have filed these lawsuits. I'm looking for traction here today. We need to get this going and take Dr. David Martin up on his offer, because he is the most brilliant of all of them. He has the credentials to make these allegations and otherwise accusations. And there's a big difference between the two of them. So thank you very much, friends. We're looking for traction moving forward from this presentation. I want to thank you very much.
Hands numb.
Might have this. You got one of these.
Let's have a 1 minute musical interlude here to stretch our minds. That was great.
Well, this is Brian Dirksen who just spoke. Just so that we know on my live who it was. Coming up next is Pastor Paul DeGraff after this musical interlude.
Not the Chad. I am just a smooth AI disc jockey. Yeah, here for a brief break or lead in for a cool music break. So cool cats, enjoy this song. Dance if you want to, or sing along if you know the words.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, from CarouselCare.com, yeah, we have Pastor Paul DeGraff coming up here. So, Paul DeGraff's here. Thank you very much. Give him a hand.
Parasol, just to give you a little bit of an introduction, Parasol is an acronym for Pembroke and Region Association for the Sanctity of Life. It's an initiative from the clergy in Pembroke to address specifically the abuses of MAID, medical assistance in dying. In my day and age, as I grew up, that was called malpractice, but they kind of softened it a little bit for us. Our main effort is communication, communicating the truth about the sanctity of life, and secondly, to provide care. There needs to be care.
Your lighter's there, huh?
So I'm going to stick to the script because I don't want to wander. So if I'm reading too much, just try and stick with it, okay? Imagine being elderly, struggling with depression, feeling like a burden to your family, unable to afford proper care, sitting alone in a hospital room while the country around you slowly starts to normalize death as a solution instead of fighting for your life. Imagine being disabled, battling addiction, mental exhaustion, or simply hopeless and hearing that ending your life is easier and faster than getting meaningful support. This is the reality Canada is creating right now. Canada has become the #1 country in the world for assisted death, and people are calling this compassion. Compassion is not helping people die because the system has failed them. Compassion is helping people live despite the pain, despite the hardships, despite the struggles. A civilized society should be judged by how hard it fights for its most vulnerable people, not how quickly it offers them an exit. History will remember this generation either as people who protected human dignity or people who became so uncomfortable with suffering that they started eliminating suffering by eliminating the sufferers. Every life has value, even the broken, even the struggling, even the forgotten. So just a quick history of how we got here and where we are right now. In June 2016, an act to amend the criminal code and to make related amendments to other acts, particularly MAID, medical assistance in dying, was enacted June 2016. The Canadian public was promised that it would only affect a few hundred people every year. The 6th annual report on MAID, which was put out by the Canadian government at the end of 2025, that's last year, says that 16,499 people died by MAID in just 1 year. 20,000 in 2024. Now, just to give you an idea of what that number looks like, that is more than the population of Pembroke, the whole city put to death. With the annual rate of growth, it's estimated that as of this year, May, more than 100,000 Canadians have died by assisted suicide in just 10 years. The numbers are tracked by the Canadian government again. Assisted suicide has become the 5th cause of death in Canada. Canada is also a prime example of how a euthanasia law can incrementally expand. 5 years later, after it was enacted in 2016, Bill C-7 was passed in 2021. It amended amended the criminal code further to expand and update laws surrounding medical assistance in dying by eliminating the 90-day waiting period. It also permitted euthanasia of an incompetent person who requested an assisted death in advance while they were still competent. And it also eliminated the terminal illness requirement. You didn't have to be terminally ill. They started a second track. And they also added an exclusion for mental illness. back in 2021, temporarily excluding individuals whose sole underlying condition is mental illness, excluding them from eligibility to MAID until next March 2027, when it will be expected to be fully broadened so that those who have mental illness will be eligible for assisted suicide. They paused it because they realized they needed more adequate training on how to kill people and to provide safeguards to protect people from being killed and to protect the medical practitioners who were doing the killing. In June, a special parliamentary committee this year released their report formally recommending that the federal government amend the criminal code to indefinitely exclude persons whose sole underlying condition is medical illness. That's a good thing. They also highlighted ongoing concerns regarding the readiness of the healthcare system, a lack of standardized clinical consensus on irremediability, and the disparities in mental health resourcing. The government has yet to decide how they will respond to this report. In the meantime, there will be a second reading this fall of a private member's bill, C-218. It seeks to permanently exclude mental illness as a sole underlying condition from eligibility for assisted suicide, stopping its scheduled expansion in March 2027. Just a few more statistics for you. What are the reasons that people give to choose assisted suicide? The statistics, again, these are statistics that the government has collected. They reveal predominantly existential reasons, not physical reasons, but existential reasons. 90% of the people that choose assisted suicide feel like they are no longer in control of their lives. They feel dependent on others. There's the fear of being a burden to others, a loss of autonomy. 90%, 80% of those who choose MAID, an inability to engage in enjoyable activities, a sense of lost dignity because they have no worth in contributing to others. Only 30% choose MAID because of inadequate pain management or the anticipation of pain. Only 30%. Now, critics of MAID frequently dismissed as merely religious or ideological. That characterization is inaccurate and intelligently dishonest. Serious concerns about euthanasia emerge from many different perspectives other than religious, including disability rights advocates, secular ethicists, psychiatrists, and physicians themselves. Medical practitioners highlight 4 non-faith reasons against physician-assisted suicide. I'll just mention them quickly. The first one is this: euthanasia is offensive because it devalues human beings. Secondly, the reality of a slippery slope. You've heard of the slippery slope. We're already experiencing the reality of a slippery slope in Canada. That the limits on euthanasia gradually erode. Thirdly, pain can be eliminated. It can be alleviated. Palliative care has great advancements in creating comfort for those who are dying and who are suffering. And finally, there is the erosion of physician integrity and patient trust. Doctors assert that participating in suicide violates the integrity of the physician and undermines the trust patients placed in positions to heal and not to harm. Now, those are non-faith reasons. But I am here as a pastor representing a Christian organization, so I will approach assisted suicide from mostly a moral faith-based perspective, driven by absolute moral standards. Three arguments that the advocates of assisted suicide use. A system employs carefully assembled set of concepts drawn from specific words such as dignity, autonomy, and compassion. These are good words. These are honorable words. But they're used in ways that deflect scrutiny, discourage challenge, and limit demands for accountability. In this framework, questioning the system is frequently treated not as a legitimate disagreement, but as a deviation from accepted moral standards. To give you an example, to oppose me is to impose your religious views on other people. Why don't you just keep that to yourself? Or to oppose assisted suicide is unloving for people who are suffering. It's uncompassionate. See how they pack those honorable words and they use them to attack. Let's consider these three concepts from a Christian perspective, okay? So first of all, the idea of dignity. People argue that assisted suicide is essential to preserving their dignity. But the idea of dignity has at least two senses. Supporters of me use the word in an attributed sense to denote the value others confer on them or the value that they confer on themselves. But there's a deeper intrinsic sense of value and worth in us human beings. In the Christian worldview, every human being has inherent worth based on our identity as image bearers of our Creator. That's the reality of our lives. We exist as the highest crowning creatures on the face of this earth. Our dignity and value has been placed upon us not by ourselves, not by what we do, but by the reality that we have been created in the image of God. Further, every human being has inherent value because each of us is a part of the whole community of the human race. Every one of us. No matter how significant or insignificant you feel, we all are interconnected as one race. And thirdly, if you are a follower of Jesus Christ, hear this. You've been bought with the precious blood of Jesus Christ. A precious redemption has occurred. You are no longer yourself. You belong to Jesus Christ. You belong to his eternal family. You've been redeemed from your sins, and you have been identified for all of eternity as a precious child of the living God, Jesus Christ our Lord. Now, I want you to think about the implications that every person has inherent dignity. First of all, people's value is unconditional. Do we really believe that? Thank you. It doesn't depend on our usefulness or our function in life. No matter who we are valuable. Therefore, life is worth living. Secondly, every person is irreplaceable. No one person can be replaced or exchanged for another person. When we lose someone, we cannot ever replace them with another person that is exactly like them. Each of us is profoundly unique in our value. Therefore, every individual life is worth living. Thirdly, people have a kind of value that we are obligated to recognize and to respect and to honor. Their value does not depend on our regard of their value. Rather, we are expected to show regard for their value because the value is already there in their person. Therefore, we should do everything we can to care for them, to honor that value, to protect that, and promote it. And fourthly, people are priceless, are they not?
We are the value.
We
Not
believe
money.
that. Slavery, human trafficking, they're recognized as evils. Why? Because they involve buying and selling people, valuing them only for their utility to others. We're expected to show regard for their value because the value is already in their person. They're valuable whether we appreciate it or not. And to eliminate them is to treat them with contempt. Now, mate is often presented as a means of preserving dignity at the end of life. Dignity is no longer treated as an inherent or unconditional worth of a human being. Instead, it becomes implicitly associated with functional independence, self-sufficiency, and perceived quality of life. Lives that are marked by disability, chronic illness, mental illness like dementia, or dependency may be subtly understood as diminished. I do a lot of visiting in nursing homes. I see a lot of people struggling with dementia. Are they less valuable because they have lost comprehension of life and they're more dependent on others? No! Their lives are just as valuable as each one of us sitting here today comprehending what's going on. They are a living person.
People die.
The dignity offered by assisted suicide system is not affirmation of worth amid suffering, but a release from a condition the system itself treats as undignified. The system says, if you're suffering, you are undignified. The result of this risks communicating to vulnerable individuals that dignity is conditional and restored only through disappearance. You do not restore dignity by erasing a person. That doesn't make sense. Secondly, autonomy. This word autonomy. The MAID framework is commonly presented as the ultimate expression of personal choice, the elevation of self-determination over constraint. My life, my death. However, is this an accurate evaluation of our lives? Do we really live in isolation, independent of others? Euthanasia is not an individual choice. Death never belongs to one person alone. The choices we make have repercussions on the lives of others. Our lives are interconnected, vitally linked in many ways. For example, what impact does it have upon a larger community of Canada when it is characterized by permitting and supporting suicide? What's that doing to our identity as a community? How we view others in our society. Assisted suicide presumes that there are others involved in one's death. It's assisted. Medical practitioners, professional caregivers, and it goes on and on. Undertakers. But not only those professionals who have to live with the reality that they are taking lives, whether it's legal or not, but also those of us who love them, those of us who are related to them, those of us who are befriended to them. The decision to end a life by MAID lasts a moment. The consequences do not. Suicide doesn't end suffering. It multiplies suffering by passing it on to loved ones, to live with the loss, the bewilderment, the regrets. When death is presented as care, we also need to talk about the people who are left behind, the grief they carry, the reality that some decisions cannot be undone. Euthanasia changes everything. I love the poet by 16th century Christian poet John Donne, For Whom the Bell Tolls.
Right.
No man is an island entire in itself. Each is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. If a clod be washed away by the sea, Europe is the less. Each man's death diminishes me, for I am involved in mankind. Therefore, send not to know for whom the bell tolls. The bell tolls for thee. Now consider this. Genuine autonomy requires the availability of real and viable alternatives, including stable housing, accessible health care, active pain, effective pain management, and social support. When individuals request made in the absence of these alternatives, is it really autonomy? Is it really a viable choice? Or is it just a last resort? The only thing left to do. Autonomy has been reduced to the ability, listen, the ability to choose the timing and manner of one's death when all the other pathways that continue to sustain life have systematically been eliminated. Now, thirdly, compassion. Let's address compassion. I'm almost done. Compassion is widely understood as a response to suffering, yet the supporters of MAID have very narrowly interpreted what compassion is, focusing on resolution rather than care. Compassion is eliminating the problem, not caring for the one who has the problem. Ending suffering by ending the sufferer is framed as an act of kindness. When individuals cite poverty, isolation, or lack of services as reasons for seeking aid, we must ask whether compassion is best expressed through a lethal intervention or through meaningful efforts to address the conditions that are producing such despair. In choosing assisted suicide, the system offers an exit from the circumstances it has not fully attempted to remedy. Human suffering must be met with care, pain relief, palliative support. So when a person says, I want to die, how do we respond to them? Then we will help you die. Or should we ask why? That's a valid question, isn't it? Why do you want to die? That's a termination of your existence. That's the final thing. Why do you want to die? Is the pain uncontrolled? Are they frightened? Are they feeling alone? Are they feeling worthless? Are they feeling abandoned? Have they been able to get the proper palliative care, disability support, or help at home? Those things matter because sometimes what looks like a request for death is actually a desperate request for the suffering to stop.
Yeah.
A person should never have to die in order for their suffering to end.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Our first responsibility should be to fight the suffering, not eliminate the suffering. And here's the uncomfortable truth. Euthanasia does not treat pain, loneliness, fear, or hopelessness. It ends the life of the person who is experiencing it. That does not mean that we want people to suffer. It means the exact opposite. We believe suffering should trigger more care. Now, what to do? I wouldn't be a good pastor if I didn't give you something to do, right? So, first of all, what not to do, and this may feel uncomfortable, but bear with me, okay? Don't ask Caesar to help Christ. Don't ask Caesar to help Christ. Okay, let me flesh that out for you. The scriptures tell us that the rulers of this world have a grave responsibility as the servants of God. They are accountable to God. Let me read the verse from Romans chapter 13. Rulers are God's servants for your good. But if you do wrong, be afraid, for he does not bear the sword in vain. For he is the servant of God, an avenger who carries out God's wrath on the wrongdoer. Governing leaders are appointed by God as his servants to promote right and oppose wrong. That's their job. And woe to them when they stand before the judge of all the earth. Okay? I hope in that a great accounting day. If there isn't that, then we're left to our own efforts. But my point is this. They do their job by coercion. They bear the sword. And so the police officer pulls you over for speeding and he says, you must be punished to learn that it is wrong to drive through a stop sign. For whatever reason, we put that law there, it's wrong to do that. I've paid that fine. I don't know if you have or not, but I have. He's not patting me on the back and saying, mercy to you today. God be with you. Away you go. His modus operandi is coercion. He has authority.
What? Not mine.
That's the way they do it. Whether it's right or wrong, and we hope and pray that they choose the right things to reward and they punish the wrong things. We're living in an upside down society. But here's the point that I want to make. We operate by a different modus operandi. We have been called servants of Christ to love others, to show mercy, to give grace. What has happened in the history of Canada is that we have relinquished that great responsibility to the governing authorities. Do you know who started the hospital here in Pembroke? It was the Grey Sisters. It was the Catholic Church. So whatever you have to say about Christianity, they put rubber on the road. They started this whole thing. I don't know what the process is where it got relinquished to government support. It may have been in the fault of Christianity. I don't know. But the point is this. We should not complain when the government doesn't do what God expects us to do. Amen. Okay? I know that goes against the grain, but God has called us to expend ourselves for the good of others. God has called us to be good Samaritans. God has called us to the truth that inconvenient compassion saves lives. We all know people who are suffering. What are you doing to relieve that suffering? Well, you say, I'm not a doctor. They don't need a doctor. They need a friend. They need someone to help them, someone to reach out to them. And Parasol was initiated to equip people and to commission them and encourage them to go out and do good. We have forgotten that. We've lived in independent culture and we have relinquished our blessing of loving and caring others to the government. That's a tough one. That's a tough one, right? But it's the reality. So friends, I want to encourage you to do that. To reclaim our blessing of being caregivers, of being lovers, of being good neighbors, of being good Samaritans, of reaching out in little ways and touching people's lives and supporting them. It starts with family. It starts with our neighbors. It's just the people around us. It may mean going to the hospital and saying to the chaplain there, can I visit people? There's so many ways that we can do that. Don't ask Caesar. Don't blame Caesar when that care is not there. We need to take the initiative to care for others. Also, pray. Pray. I know some of you here are not religious. That's okay. But those of us who have a conviction that there is a higher authority in this universe have the great privilege above Mark Carney and everybody else. He can do what we can't do. He can go where we cannot go. So we need to call upon him. We need to ask him for help. We need to ask him for opportunities to love, for the strength to love. And finally, do hold our governing leaders accountable. We live in a democracy, don't we? I think everybody can agree with that. Right? We can hold them accountable. We can talk. We can share these things. Thank God for a governing leader in our district who is pro-life, Cheryl Gallant. We're blessed to have that. There's no question about what she stands up for. Back in April, we had our booth at the Pembroke Expo. Thank you. Yeah, we were the only pro-life organization there out of, I don't know, 50 or so. And guess who came to my booth? Cheryl Gallant. She goes, "What's this about me?" Like she's going to read me out. I said, "We're pro-life." She was holding me accountable to do what I'm called to do, to love others, to care for them. Now, let me say one last thing. I've gone over a little bit. Sorry, Chris, but I say this. Maybe you're seriously considering ending your life. You've lost hope. You're feeling worthless. There are moments when life feels unbearable. When the weight is so heavy, it feels like there's no way out, like you're a burden, like maybe the world would be better off without you. That's not true. Hear me now. That's not true. Every soul here is a living being created by our Creator, inherently blessed with value. You are valuable. Your life is worth living. What's speaking to you is the pain. Don't listen to the pain. Your life is not a mistake. You are not a burden. Your story is not over. Even in your darkest moment, you still matter. Even when you cannot see it, your life still has purpose. Even when everything feels broken, you are still worth fighting for. I go into a nursing home and I sit down with someone who has dementia. I touch their lives and immediately I am blessed. Because I make a connection with a living, breathing human being. We are all important. Romans 8:32. He who did not spare his own son but gave him up for us all, how will he not also with him graciously give us all things? Father, I pray your blessing upon these folks. Thank you for your presence here this day. Thank you that we have life. Thank you for every soul that is here. And the connections that we have are there as opportunities, not burdens, but opportunities for us by your strength and guidance to support and love, to nourish, to care for one another. Oh God, grant us the wisdom and the strength to do that. And we do pray for a government that will repent, that will be awakened to the reality of murder. We ask, oh God, for a change of heart. We ask, oh God, that those who speak for truth and those who speak for life in Parliament would have a significant voice. We pray that Bill C-218 or the recommendation of the committee would be heeded and the expansion of MAID would cease, and even in years to come would become non-existent because no one wants it. We ask this in the powerful name of Jesus Christ. God bless you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dallas Julian was going to next, but we'll just go a little bit. Yeah, whatever you're ready.
guys, I
yeah.
have this
Welcome,
clipboard here. You
cool
can write
cat,
down your
to the
email on here if you
smoothest
want to get
show
on the list
online
and
anywhere.
find out
Sit
if
back,
speakers at the Monday night
relax,
meeting.
and let me guide you through a few things you need to do.
All the
First up,
shareable things
if
that
you
get
like
sent
the
my way
Chad,
that people ask me
please
to pass
smash
on.
that
So
like button.
that's
Just
this
slide that
clipboard.
cursor over and hit enter. Feeling fancy? Maybe share the channel and let the magic happen. Got your ears open on something special? Click that subscribe button. And now, back to the show. I'm not the Chad. Enjoy the show and let this ride find you. Stay smooth, stay stylish, and here's the Chad. Yeah. Oh yeah. Welcome, cool cat, to the smoothest show online anywhere.
I guess that's what I asked for. I have more of these schedules here for anyone who needs one. Just put your hand up. But I'd like to introduce now Dallas Deleon and her friend, whose name is Becca. Okay, from what is it? Silent Survivors. So they have these banners out here, and just looking at those faces, it's so touching because we love these people who were damaged by these vaccines. They're doing something about it, and thank you so much for coming. They came a long way, and here's the mic, Dallas Deleon.
Bear with me. I'm really nervous right now. You're doing great. You're doing great. Hello, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be invited here today. My name is Dallas, and I'm the founder of Silent Survivors COVID-19 Vaccine Injured Support Group, which can be found on Facebook or at silent-survivors.ca. I started the group in 2021 after my daughter suffered seizures and tics after one dose, which she had received at her school against my wishes, as I was against it and had already lost my job, friends, and family for refusing. Over the past 5 years, I have met an enormous amount of individuals suffering from a laundry list of ailments or have lost somebody following their COVID-19 injection. These ailments range from neuropathy to autoimmune disorders, to seizures and tics, to highly accelerated cancers, to menstrual cycle disruptions, and infertility, which has skyrocketed since the introduction of this injection on the population. There are individuals I have met that were paralyzed, unable to walk anymore, bound to a wheelchair for the rest of their lives. Others that have suffered such severe seizures, it caused brain damage and they can no longer free to dress themselves. Those who can't complete daily tasks due to POTS, postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. Then there are those who suffered the ultimate sacrifice, losing their lives, leaving families destroyed forever. I have also experienced firsthand the extreme gaslighting from the medical community when my daughter's 26-page AAFI, adverse effects following immunization, filed by a doctor, was denied, and her medical records were redacted following a Freedom of Information request. Those who have been injured appear to be concerned that the health authorities are systematically refusing to log reports of adverse reactions to the COVID-19 injection, or are putting obstacles in place to discourage people from even reporting. For this reason, and in particular, due to my own personal experience in attempting unsuccessfully to report the negative side effects of this injection, I am skeptical of the official position of the Canadian government, which I consider to be minimizing the risks of this inoculation while still running clinics for children. There are two key determinants of health influencing my community: VIS, formerly Vaccine Injured Support Program, and MAID, Medical Assistance in Dying. There are some damning and deeply concerning allegations about the government's Vaccine Injury Support that was announced in December 2020. According to the information, the federal government awarded a $54 million taxpayer-funded contract to Oxaro Inc., a consulting firm, to administer compensation. However, there was no clear indication that Oxaro had credible experience in healthcare or in the administration of health-related claims, raising valid concerns about how and why this firm was even selected. The government's failure to select a suitable organization has had harmful consequences. Despite a $54 million contract, over 3,100 claims or more remain unresolved. Families dealing with life-altering injuries have been left waiting for answers and support they were promised. It was also revealed that Oxaro has pocketed nearly $36 million in administration fees, while only $17 million has gone to compensation for injured Canadians, if I even believe that. The federal government handed out tens of millions of dollars to high-priced consultants, while the very Canadians the program was intended to help have been neglected and left to rot. Former VISP employees have come forward to express serious concerns with the lack of professionalism in the workplace. Whistleblowers have come forward with reports of constant workplace drinking, ping pong, and Netflix, which is a slap in the face to taxpayers and the thousands of Canadians waiting on support for life-altering injuries. Then there is the second option that is offered, MAID, medical assistance in dying. I've had multiple people reach out to me over the years stating their doctors are gaslighting them and refusing to offer treatment, support, or even acknowledgement. Instead, they are being offered MAID. So instead of helping them, let's euthanize them. Next, you will hear from one of the silent survivors, Rebecca Lyon, otherwise known as Nurse Becca, to share her own COVID-19 vaccine injured story. I thank her for joining me here today.
Thank you, Rebecca.
What the federal government is witnessing right now is the fallout of the medical institutions and politicians being dishonest with the public, and precisely why the Nuremberg Code was created. Never again is now. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I had a speech, but I looked at it and I said, no, I think I got to liven up the group a little bit. So I'm not going to read it. I am literally going to tell you what I know, and it's going to be my speech today. So I'm not supposed to tell you guys I'm a nurse. I actually got called upon the College of Nurses. I had to defend my license in 2022. I was a COVID nurse, actually. I saw what they did in the hospitals. I saw the implied consent. I saw people being vaccinated. I knew what they were doing in the ICUs. I knew it all. And I decided that I was no longer going to be a part of something like that, and I left the hospital. However, not a lot of people agreed with what I did, and I almost had my license taken away. I had to call in my credibility, my 22 years of nursing experience, and I had to sit in front of a panel of nurses that said I wasn't essentially talking about the public's best interest and that I was swaying public opinion and blah, 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 blah. Needless to say, I kept my license after a very rigorous fight with my lawyer. However, I'm cautioned. They put a caution on me because they don't want me to work as a nurse anymore. And when you look like you're not in good standing, there's not a lot of employers, lining up to take you on as a nurse, which I think is absolutely horrible because we had nurses who were injecting people against their will because they were told to do so. So, my injury, wow, that was great. I got fired because I refused to take my second dose because my injury started 4 hours after my first Pfizer. 4 hours. I started having heart palpitations. I started having brain fog. And 14 days later, I'm hooked up to a Holter monitor because I started having cardiac issues. Heart palpitations, pain, chest pain. And I actually had a heart attack in 2019. I was 36. So I already knew the risks when I went in, but I'm a single mom. I had 3 boys, and we all know how much they eat. And I had a roof that I had to pay for. and bills like every other Canadian. And I had no choice. They said, get the shot or you're out the door. So when you're coerced and when you are fearful and you're like, where am I going to get this money to survive? You do what you need to do, even if it goes against your gut. And my gut was raging. And they're like, don't do it, don't do it. But I felt I had no choice. It was still a choice and I made it. So after my injury, I told my employer I couldn't do this anymore. I told them about my injury. They didn't believe me and essentially said, well, if you die, you die, but it's mandatory and you need to take the second one. So I pretty much just said, you can take this job and stick it up your ass, and I left.
Nice. Right on. Woo!
Thank you. Currently, I am actually in a lawsuit, and I am going after that company. I cannot name them yet. And the Human Rights Tribunal agrees that my injury was considered a disability. So that's very big news. So I'm very happy with that. Thank you. You're probably curious what my injury was. Well, to be quite frank, outside of the heart issues, my biggest injury was an autoimmune issue. And essentially my body was attacking itself. Now this is one Pfizer shot. I can't imagine the people who are on their 9th dose, which some of my current patients are on. And I'm seeing their health decline every single year after taking that dose, even the influenza shot, which I'm also against. My injury began, like I said, 4 hours, 14 days later, I had the Holter monitor, and then the rash started. I had a rash that pretty much covered my neck down to probably my midsection of my chest, all up into my face, all down my arms, down my legs, and they were boiled. They were like leaking, weeping, and I felt every day like acid was being poured on my body. Just imagine, right? We all go into the shower. We're like, oh my God, this is glorious. I'm going to go in. I'm going to get washed. I'm going to feel marvelous. I had to literally set up my bathroom and mentally prepare myself to go in and have water on my skin because water literally burned my skin like I had just put my hand in boiling hot water. Just the idea of the water touching my skin. I was crying in the shower. So everything had to be set up a specific way so that I knew, okay, there's my towel. I had to dry off quickly. There's my creams. There's my treatments. There's this. There's that. I literally had to spend 15 minutes mentally preparing to get into a shower. Now, who does that? Who would actually think about preparing to go in the shower? Well, when you're injured like I was, you do. Because my skin was in pain all the time. I slept it. I breathed it. I was at work in agony trying to help my patients. I sat with doctors. I had my family doctor, dermatologist, rheumatologist, immunologist. I had allergists. Every single doctor you could think of, I pleaded and begged and said, this is from my COVID shot and told my cardiologist. And not a single one believed me. It's in your head. That's what they said. Really, it's in my head. You know what's in my head? You know what my body's feeling like? Oh, I didn't think you slept in the same bed and heard me cry. You didn't hear my prayers every single day saying, please, God, take this away. I get why injured have no place to go because they don't. They really don't. And if you got the shot, you were stupid. If you didn't get the shot or you got the shot, you deserved it. You deserved the injury. You deserved everything you got. We got it from both ends. Like, what are we to do? So we're hated on the side that are against the shots. We're hated on the side that got the shots because we should have got more. Where does this put the vaccine injured? Places it's nowhere, except for groups like Dallas's who offered us safe haven to talk about our injury free of judgment. Woo-hoo. Thank you, Dallas. Thank you. So I joined Dallas's group when she saw one of my videos. And that video caught me in a lot of trouble, but then also saved me at the same time. And I've been with her ever since because she believes in sharing people's stories. We can see these are just some of the faces. Like, we're not even joking. These are people who got hurt. You can't say it's not rare. It's real. It's right there. Everybody needs to look at it. These are people that are dealing with far worse vaccine injury than me. I'm considered lucky, but my treatment right now is a $4,500 injection I have to put in my stomach every month just to be able to stand here in front of you guys and live my life. $4,500, and I had to apply to a special program just to get it, and that took 2.5 years for them to even think, okay, maybe it's time she should be on this. So I'm still a guinea pig because it's in a trial. So once a month, I have to inject myself, and it's $4,500 per shot. And before I was on 2 shots a month. You do the math. So how can a single mom ever afford $10,000 a month to keep living to provide for her family? It's impossible. So I am very lucky that my dermatologist finally believed me and said maybe we should get her on something. But that's why I'm here. And there's a lot of vaccine injured who can't say anything. It's either they're still too scared or they can't. So Dallas knew how very vocal I was. She knows how very vocal I still am. And so this is why I'm here. So my injury is not a rare injury. It is very real to me. And I still live with it every single day. And when I have my flare up, my life takes a little bit of a toll. I'm not hungry. I'm grumpy. I mean, I'm a woman, so that doesn't help. Sorry. I can't sleep. I'm constantly in pain with my skin. And I know when I get them. And I just try to manage them because I have 3 boys at home that still need their mom. So I'm very thankful that I'm here to speak today. I'm very happy that I've had the ability to be able to even stand up here and not have a cane or a walker or be in a wheelchair or not be able to leave their home because their immune system is so shot that even going outside is making them sick and going to the hospital. But I will continue to stand up for what I believe in and what I know is true. I will continue to be a nurse until the day they take my license away. And I am not going to sit back and allow people that I see get hurt without voicing my concerns because I took the oath from the Florence Nightingale oath, if anybody knows who Florence Nightingale is, to do no harm. And I'm going to continue to do that until my dying day or until my license gets taken away. Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks so much, Becca and Dallas. That was fantastic. And it's just amazing what y'all are doing. We really appreciate it. So, coming up here, Jim. Okay. I'll do a quick pivot on that. So we'll do yours a little later. So Helen's coming up next, but this is Jim here. Jim and I have been in contact through email. He lives in the Villa Marconi in but so he doesn't have wheels. He's been wanting to come up to the Monday night meeting or to these rallies over the years, and so he's here today, and I'm finally meeting him in person, which is great. But he also, in our exchange, he's very passionate about this stuff. So I told him we're going to give him maybe like 5 minutes to talk. And Helen Drew's coming up, and I'm squeezing glad Becca's in here too, because you know what? This is a freedom movement, so I want everyone to be free to speak and share their feelings. And just upon that, I want everyone to realize when you come away from here, you know, that this is not about us all agreeing on anything. It's a big problem that Canada has, that Canadians seem to need to agree on all sides of the spectrum. So we got to work on really listening to each other and trying to take it in. And although I know I'm preaching to the choir about this stuff here because you're here, and I really appreciate it. But here's Jim. What's your last name, Jim? Jim Bjork. Here he is.
It's Jim Bjork. Hello, everybody. I'm trying to get the opportunity to say something, man. And I'm trying to keep it as quick as I can. I'm an optometrist in Huntsville for 40 years. And when this stupid COVID thing came up, they wanted us to wear masks and to take the shots. I wouldn't do it. Not a bloody chance. I've done the studying and I looked at Denise stuff on here, and I was convinced that the masks are dangerous and ridiculous. So that's what I did. And that was 7 years ago. And I haven't had any income since. I lost everything. And haven't had any response from the government or
printer for you.
And, so I'm not that happy. But I did the right thing. We have to have some of this, like my friend Helen here, wherever the hell she is. We have to have integrity. I had it. There's a few of us that have it. Whether it helps us or not, I'm not sure. But at any rate, my wife's dead. I'll quickly get to the rest of my point here. Anyway, she was decided that she was depressed. So she was on her medical doctor, who's a useless kid. But nevertheless, she put her on antidepressants, if you know what those are. SSRIs, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. And she was on those, and a couple of years later, she split up from me. We had two of the most wonderful children you ever saw in your entire life. And didn't seem to be good enough for her. So we had several years of very difficult. And one Sunday morning in 2009, I walked up to her house to get the kids. The kids weren't there. I walked in the house and I looked. He wasn't there. She was on the floor with her leg up. She was dead. And so that was the end of that. The kids ended up living with me. That weekend was I had to take Alistair to Ottawa here to go to university for his first year. That was my oldest kid. So since I lost my license, since I lost my income, my kids have not been very happy with me. Because now I have no income at all. And what was it all for? What was the reason for this? For a bunch of greedy, rich people to decide that they can push it over on us. I wasn't going to have it. So at any rate, I'm without any support now. I lost my car. I lost my home. Lots of other reasons. At any rate, I want to tell you another couple of antidepressant stories, and then I'll go. There's a guy in Ontario. I don't know where they are now. David Carmichael. David Carmichael was in Huntsville for a very short period of time, one summer, I guess, and he was helping out kids, taking them out, kids that were troubled or something like that. He just happened to have this free time on his boat, so we went out the boat. And, my kids were okay with that, but they didn't really get into what David's whole problem was. Anyway, David in London, Ontario in 2004 strangled his son. He took him down to the BMX meet, and he strangled his son. And next morning he woke up and called the police. And so that's a pretty common story with these antidepressants. There is a guy in North Carolina who's David Cresty. He's an ex-banker or something apparently, but he strangled his two. He shot. I'm sorry. He shot his two girls when he was depressed with these drugs or whatever down in Texas, Andrea Yates, who has it was the same thing, but she ended up strangling all these or drowning all 5 of her kids in the bathtub. You'll see her information online. 20 years she's been in solitary confinement, and her husband Rusty at that time decided that she was okay. I don't know why. I don't know what to do. But so he said she was guilty of this and said, "I'm sorry, honey." And David Crespi, the previous guy I just told you about in North Carolina, she absolved him of all this problem. David Carmichael, his daughter, his wife, absolved him also. There's an awful lot of more of these. I was just reading last night. This the biggest cause of death in Canada is these drugs. Why are these drugs on the market? Who makes them? Pfizer makes this Paxil. Why are these people allowed to continue running these drugs? There's no conversation going on in the world, in Canada, about these drugs. And it's time to change it. So I think that's about all I had to say.
I'm not the Chad. I am just a smooth AI disc jockey. Yeah, here for a brief break or lead in for a cool music break. So cool cats, enjoy this song. Dance if you want to, or sing along if you know the words.
I'm not the Chad, but I know the Chad. Now back to the show, you hosers, and enjoy the show, eh?
Helen Grew.
Now it is Texas Helen Grove.
We're meeting more folks here, some like-minded folks, and some maybe there's people on the periphery of this park that are listening to what's going on. I pray that they hear the word that's happening. So I have had the privilege of meeting many of you. I'm Helen Groos. First of all, I'm a mom. I've been blessed with 3 beautiful boys. They've outgrown me tremendously now. I'm a daughter, I'm a sister, niece, community member, and when I travel to work each and every day, I'm a police officer. And every day on my commute to work, I pray and I thank God for the opportunity that He's given me, that I can help preserve the peace, protect life, and serve the communities at large.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Many of you know, I'm not going to go into great detail about what has happened. There's there's a lot of headlines around about me. Some are accurate, some are inaccurate. And I think if I touch on a couple of them, I do want to clear some things up here because it is very important. Police officers, our duty is in the daily duties that we do, and especially as an investigator, is to collect evidence, collect facts. So when I see some things that are untruthful or just some misleading information, I do like to clarify it. And so when we go back to what happened in January 2022 with me specifically, at that time I had concerns, great concerns, because there was a doubling, tripling of unexplained, sudden unexplained death. I brought that up to the chief, and within 2 weeks, first of all, I was sent home on leave without pay. We heard about the mandates that were implemented. I was in a position, I was blessed that I was able to stand my ground. I did not have a mortgage at the time, so I chose to fight this. My husband and I, we made some modifications with where he worked, and I chose to stand my ground firmly. And I was not the only one. I will tell you that within the service that I work at, we had, when this all started unfolding back in the fall of 2021, we had a group of over 300 members, sworn in civilians, just within our little service in Ottawa, that were sick, trying to stand their ground and take a stand. Now, and that's only those that were able to find each other. I actually have a great belief there were many, many more. So, for people, to this day, people are sometimes, some question why I'm still within that service. I love the brothers and sisters that I serve the community with. They do put their lives on the line. We have so much crime. This aside, what's going on, there is still real crime. There's other real crimes happening in Ottawa, the guns, the gangs, the drugs, the overdoses. So the members that I serve with them proudly. And some have their own opinions of me, so be it. My husband, I always relate it to my relationship with my husband. I love the man. We have disagreements. We don't break ties and split. We try to resolve what we can. God bless him. He's put up with me. I'm a piece of work. I'm so sorry. Moving forward, what happened? I was suspended, and so when I was on suspension, that's when I really had time to start digging into information that was available to everybody. It was online, open source. Public Health Agency of Canada have their website. Pfizer have their website. So what I had happened, and this is a misconception for even my colleagues at work. They thought I was doing all this while I was in the office. Actually, when I was suspended, that's when I really had time. It was a blessing. That suspension to me was a blessing. I got to dive into all the information that was coming out worldwide about how the mRNA injections were never tested. There's no clinical data on pregnant and breastfeeding women. And the data that actually did come out, we all know it was horrific for the infants, that the mothers that did get pregnant, it did not end well for their babies. So with all this information that came out, I created binders, and when I went into my compelled interview, I brought all this evidence to the sergeant that I spoke with that day. And that is the first time that it really came out where I said, there isn't an investigation, but there should be. And that's on record. There should be an investigation. I repeated that throughout the tribunal. Those who were able and fortunate enough to attend, it was a very small room. There was always limited how many people go into the public hearing. They heard it put on record several times that I believe there should be an investigation of criminal negligence. Then I was convicted last March 2025. I was convicted, and the whole decision, it grew a leg of its own, or it morphed into something that was not even accurate, and that's why we chose to appeal that. Just Tuesday, 5 days ago, I was sentenced. Essentially, it's a disposition, but it's a penalty. I've been demoted to a second-class constable. Wow. I like to make light of it and just call myself, you're just getting a second-class detective now. So you'll have to wait 2 more years before you get your first-class detective back. but so be it. It's this for me, as it's been an eye-opening experience. People ask me why. How can you keep smiling? How do you keep going? Number one, God. My faith in God.
Amen. Amen. God bless you.
I've been blessed. My parents, when I was born to them, I was the third of 10 kids. We had a tremendous childhood growing up. We read the Bible regularly every Saturday. Sundays, we usually couldn't get the whole crew out to church. So try to get 10 kids ready in one bathroom. If we made it to church, we were usually the last ones in, and we sat in the back. Once we came on time, they sat us in the very front, and then we had to all sing like the Von Trapp family. So as teenagers, we were okay coming late, but my dad and mom, in the end, they opted that at least Saturday mornings, they knew they'd get God's word to us, and we did that. And to this day, I'm grateful for both my mom and dad for raising us that way, because that's what taught me the resilience. Keep going. God gave his son Jesus Christ, who gave us the perfect guidance in the storms. We all face storms. We've heard stories here tonight of people who are truly suffering. I still consider myself blessed because I have my health. I was fortunate enough to not have to take injections or I was able to keep my medical integrity because of the way where I was in life. Not everybody was in that position, and we've heard that. So, sorry, but the resilience. I too, like as everybody else, we know how ostracizing 2020, 2021, 2022 was. Ostracization is real. To this day, I still have it actually at work. There's colleagues, and to be fair, I have a tremendous amount of supporters within my organization, sworn and civilian, each and every day that I'm in that office, whether it be at Elgin Street, Huntmore, Greenbank, we have a number of satellite stations. Every day I cross paths with somebody who gives me a hug and tells me this fight going. So again, I'm blessed, but the ostracization is real. Just last weekend, I had this incident where I was told that I'm not welcome at a function. I'll leave it at that for the purpose of integrity for the person who had the function. But I was told, and to get a phone call that you're not welcome, don't show up, Helen. You'll be asked to leave. It's hurtful, and I'm human. Police officers, we're not robots. We are human. So yeah, it left me in some despair, and I ended up digging into that a little bit. It's like, okay, I know how to get out of this. Pray. I prayed. But the hurt's still there. As a human being, you're still hurt. There's still tears. Somebody came in, saw the tears, they asked you, and that just lets the blood out, right? So I kept thinking about it, and I went into this, and I really realized that the ostracization, seeing what happened then 2 days later, is a way the bullies try to keep the freedom of speech shut down. Because that's what causes people not to speak. They're scared of being ostracized. So they stay quiet. And when I put everything into context, and I've mentioned this before a few times that I've spoken, September 9th, 2021, when the vaccine mandates were looming at the Ottawa Police Service, I sent out an email. It went viral. I'm not sure who sent it off to retired Sergeant Donald Best actually posted it on his website, but I sent a message out to the whole service. I still my heart touched. It's that email that generated that. By me speaking out, I found 300 people that felt exactly the same way as I did. So that was my way of pushing back against the bullies that were saying, don't talk about it. Don't talk about it. We don't want to hear it. We're still getting that to stay. So my message to you all is keep talking. Yeah. Keep talking. And stay compassionate and kind about it. When we put on an edge, people back off. I know that as an officer. If somebody comes at me aggressively, I'm gonna back out. I've got music support. I'm gonna take a stand, right? It's protection. We, as officers, we learn. We have our. We're trained. But even human beings amongst each other, when they encounter somebody who comes at them aggressively, they back off, they shut down, and they walk away. So stay compassionate. Say a little prayer before you. If you want to engage somebody, say a prayer first. My dad always used to count to 10. He said it just keeps me grounded so that I can, portray my message kindly with compassion. I think the greatest step forward as well right now is the Allison inquiry that is happening the week of September 9th to the 11th. That is significant in Canada. My understanding is they only have time that permits for 50 injured families to speak, whether it's them directly or on behalf of their loved ones. They've received over 1,000 other testimonials. My message to you with that is find that email, find that website, and if there's somebody you know in your circle of friends and family, and they're still scared to bring it out to their employer or publicly, send them that link so perhaps at least send your story to the Dean Allison inquiry. They are collecting statements that will be put on record. And for those, and my understanding as well, we cannot physically go into Parliament to hear testimonials, but it will be broadcast live. So have watch parties. Go to a park, bring a laptop, log in to the Allison inquiry with a bunch of friends, bring a little speaker so those around can hear those people that were injured speak. This is their time to speak. I'm pretty certain mainstream media will not be putting this out live to Canadians. But we can do that. With the technology out there, we can do that now. And that's my call to you. Do your watch party and get the word out so that victims and injured are not gaslit anymore. And to finalize, as an officer, we can't even begin an investigation unless we have victims. So by people not speaking out, our hands are tied. So when the time is right now, leave it to the Allison inquiry. As time progresses, we know there's nefarious business behind what brought us to this point. We have to be patient, kind, steadfast, and we will get there. I think it will honestly get to the point where police will be able to investigate. It may not be in the next year or two, but the time will come. I know for myself, I have at least another minimum 6 years at this point, so I'm not going anywhere. And again, as I said on Tuesday, I pray to God that He protects me each and every day as I serve the communities at large. And I think I'm going to conclude it with that. Again, as our great anthem says, God keep our land glorious and free. Stay kind. When you feel down, start with a prayer, find some friends, and let's keep moving forward. We'll get to better places.
The language that they're using to preface the conversation is wrong. And we need to go into that inquiry and establish the language. There is not a single person that is vaccinated in this country. There's no such thing as a vaccine injury. It's a lie. They're not vaccines. They're bullets. They're injections. These are experimental gene therapies. They're official classifications. We have to get the language right, or we're entertaining a lie and delusion.
Brian, I'm going to answer to that. Right now, I praise God each and every day that these folks are getting their voices heard. When we stop and listen to what the men and women, I'm not sure who's all been chosen, the parents, the children, when we listen to their words, you know what? The introductions to it, so be it. We need to listen to their injuries from the source, from them. They are the source. So tune in and listen to what the men and women that will be speaking during that inquiry. Of course, there's going to be a lot of talk around it. Isn't that like the mainstream media has already started with that? Again, it's so vitally important that we listen to the people who have the first-hand injuries, whether it be them or their loved ones, on their behalf. And that is a huge step forward because, as you ladies know, that conversation was being shut down again. So there could be a lot of chatter about how it is, yes, but again, let's listen to the people that will be speaking out. That's vitally important.
Thank you, Helen. That was so good. Okay. We got Ricardo. No, Ricardo. Brune Del Rey. Right, Ricardo? He's coming up here. Let's do a
Oh,
little bit of
yeah.
that sound.
Welcome, cool cat, to the smoothest show online anywhere. Sit back, relax, and let me guide you through a few things you need to do. First up, if you like the Chad, please smash that like button. Just slide that cursor over and hit enter. Feeling fancy? Maybe share the channel and let the magic happen.
Ricardo. Brune Del Rey.
Got your ears
Thank you
open
so
on
much for
something
that.
special? Click that subscribe button. And now, back to the show. I'm not the Chad. Enjoy the show and let this ride find you. Stay smooth, stay stylish, and here's the Chad.
Incredible quality of
Yeah.
heart, integrity, passion for truth, direct problems with the COVID-19 story. I do. I'm going to start with the very last thing in my little presentation, and a $10 bill for anyone who can guess the year that this quote was uttered. I'm going right for the jugular because people here, I think, all know that the whole vaccine story is sketchy. Speak up. Thank you. Thanks, Howard. Here's the quote. More than 20 years ago, I began a careful study of the subject of vaccination. And before I got through, I was forced to the conclusion that vaccination was the most colossal medical fallacy that ever cursed the human race. Few physicians attempt to investigate this subject for themselves. They have been taught to believe its efficacy. They have vaccinated because it was the custom and they were paid for it. They have supposed vaccination would prevent illness because the best authorities said it would, and they accept it without question. 1950? Nope. Nope. Nope.
2020.
Nope. Nope.
47.
Nope.
2008.
2008.
2008.
1854. It's very getting in the right ballpark there.
1524.
1850.
1952.
Somebody said
1520.
1890, and that's close enough for $10. 1888.
That was my next guess.
I'll come and bring it. That is from one of the authors of the book called Dissolving Illusions, the Roman Histrionic, and his co-author, Dr. Suzanne Humphreys. And it's an amazing book, and it shows us somehow that everything we've experienced with COVID has happened since the beginning of the vaccine story. It's just unbelievable. The gaslighting, the denial of injury, the brainwashed doctors just doing this stuff. I just wanted to let you know that and let you know that that book is quite eye-opening. What I've prepared my presentation for today is tools for people. I hope. I mean, I can't prove these tools work because I can't seem to get through to the sleepers. But I'm trying. I just refuse to give up. And so
I just wanted to provide a tool that perhaps will help us get our message through. But first, let me tell you about myself, why I'm here in the first place. I have background in physics and chemistry. More importantly, I had a startup company, a medical device company. So I've been through FDA approvals. I did a little clinical trial. I was the assistant quality manager for our manufacturing. Had to learn about medical manufacturing and ISO 13485 and all that stuff. So I did gain, it's not vaccinations that we were building, but I gained some insight into the world of medical manufacturing and the whole medical world in general. When COVID came along, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was living in Canada at the time with my wife, and we just kept on getting this sinking feeling as things just kept getting worse and worse and insane and insane. And strange, sleepless nights. I think I encountered evil actually. And then we said, that's it, we're out of town, we're heading to the country. I now consider myself a hobby chicken farmer. And we have a garden and another chicken farmer. So I walked away from my contract work. I basically lost my job because I refused to do a mandate. And here I am. And that's my story. So what I wanted to offer as a tool, because people simply do not hear us. There's an unbelievable barrier, and I'm talking smart people, not dumb people, my own family members. And what they see is they consider us kind of lunatics who are trying to say, basically, we're trying to say all the experts are wrong. All these TV doctors, Dr. Cam, Dr. What's his name? I forgot his name. I hope I never see him again from the COVID era. All these thousands of papers that have been published in the scientific literature, all the medical doctors, esteemed professors of epidemiology, biochemistry, genetics, medical doctors all over the place. There's thousands, hundreds of thousands. And here I come along and I say something that makes people, you think you know better than all those experts. And actually the answer is, well, it's actually pretty simple. Yes, they are all wrong. And it's very simple to understand why. And it's happened many times before. So what I offer up is that there's three basic assumptions, the whole story. Here are the three. The first one is that in the early COVID, and probably still today, the case counts, the infection case counts from the Drosten PCR protocol are accurate. That's assumption number one. Assumption number two is that the manufacturing of the jabs was homogeneous. That means they're all the same. Assumption number two. Assumption number three is kind of a quirky one. It's kind of a hidden assumption.
Or you just figure a way to do it without, if you don't have a hand.
Jab counted as vaccinated.
Oh, I get it.
Also applied to adverse events. So it was kind of an implicit thing, that one. But there you have it. We won't go into detail today. But what I want to tell you is there is solid scientific evidence that all these three assumptions are absolutely wrong. And I'll give you some hints about it. Now, what's the power in that? The power in that is that all those esteemed professors, all those science papers, they're all flowing from these assumptions, you see. So I'll just give you an example. That, for example, if the jab manufacturing was heterogeneous, if they were not all the same, that means that any study that used aggregated data, that had, in other words, data from, you just called people vaxxed. You didn't ask for the lot number of the vax. So you punch them all together. Any study that used such data, which is, as far as I know, pretty much 99.999% of all the studies, you throw them out. Now you throw them out because that is a failure to separate and identify your variables. It's like high school science. It does not meet the standards of high school science. But they don't realize that they're making this error because they all believe that magically all vaccines are homogeneous, sorry, that they're all identical. I'm just going to continue with this example because it's kind of striking. There's a dirty little secret to the whole vaccine story. And we know for the COVID story that, including a scientific paper by two of them, by Schmeling, that show that a very small fraction of the lots cause the majority of the adverse events. It was 3%, 3 or 4% of the lots produced like 71% of the adverse events. It's a statistical impossibility if things were random or true. And so those papers exist. One, the author Schmeling is a former regulator of the Danish medical regulator, I believe. So it's peer reviewed. It's done by experts. They clearly do not have conflicts of interest with pharma because they're saying that. But I want to give you just a few of the examples of the problem that vaccines are not like pills. You know, it's not like an aspirin where you purchase one aspirin and it's pretty much identical to any other. They're not like that. They're called biologics. I'll tell you what biologics are. They're complex medications derived from living cells, tissues, or organisms. And they're all subject to variability. And also, they're subject to things like contaminants. By the way, for the Pfizer jab, Dr. Helmut Sturs, former chief toxicologist of Pfizer, has said to the testimony to the Bundestag on the 19th of March 2026, the mass production vaccine was significantly contaminated with bacterial DNA. He called the rollout a vaccination tragedy. He estimated tens of thousands of excess deaths in Germany alone. And he stated the development and safety testing was irresponsible and unethical. That's the ex-chief toxicologist of Pfizer. So let me tell you about some of the hot lots. We can't go into the list, it's too long. But starting in Dallas, Texas in 1919, diphtheria jab, 10 kids died. One lot contained 50 times the maximum level of the diphtheria toxin. There's BCG disaster in 1929, Kyoto, Japan in 1948, this famous Cutter incident of polio in 1955, where the jab contained active virus, not killed virus. So 220,000 people infected with polio from the jab. And there was another polio one where CDC estimated 10 to 30 million Americans received SV40 contaminated polio vaccine between 1950 and 1960.
They put cancer into a shot.
That's a big one. And then listen to these few examples. In 1973, the MMR vaccine and oral polio vaccine were contaminated with bacteriophages. This was due to the blood used to make those vaccines containing bacteria and the attached bacteriophages, the viruses that attack bacteria, weren't filtered out of the final product. In 1995, MMR and yellow fever vaccines were found to have contamination with two different viruses. In 2004 and 2005, two rotavirus vaccines were found to be contaminated with porcine circovirus after over 100 million doses had been distributed worldwide, 100 million doses. And finally, in 2007, over 1 million doses of the HIV vaccine, that's Haemophilus influenza type B, were recalled due to the detection of Bacillus cereus in the manufacturing equipment. So there's a dirty little secret we never hear about, which is they're not homogenous and they're prone to this kind of stuff. And the COVID jabs have taken it to a complete other level. There's, we can't go into it. There's this ginormous controversy now about SB40, about contamination. The regulators are saying they don't see it because they're measuring badly. This is my main message, guys. It was that all those assumptions. I think you all know about the story behind, you know, the COVID. The Drosten protocol, PCR. Is the PCR polymerase chain reaction, that the tool that measures little fragments of DNA. You know that the false positives were over the top. That there's a paper from Germany, peer reviewed, that estimated like 86 to 90% of the of the positives between 2020 2021 were false. 90%. So at the very beginning of this fiasco, we were barraged with case counts every night on TV. Oh, there's so many cases, blah, blah, blah. They were all false positives, pretty much all of them. And you know that. And the final thing is about the 2-week delay. I just wanted to let you know two very interesting things about that. One, Senator Ron Johnson, in a very recent last month inquiry, identified the VAERS data, the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System data, that about 24% of the serious adverse events were reported within 48 hours of getting jabbed. 24%, about a quarter. And that included something like half of the deaths. There were 39,000 plus deaths reported to VAERS. About half of them happened within 48 hours of the jab. So with this little 2-week delay trick, all those, basically it was an invitation to the medical community who already don't need help to ignore vaccine error, vaccine, harms. They naturally go there. But here's a big invitation. You can ignore all those early peaks in adverse events and deaths. Just ignore them. You're not considered vaccinated. And the final thing I wanted to tell you is that there's a professor in England, Norman Fenton, and he showed with a simple Excel spreadsheet that if you take, this is hard to believe, but when you think of it, it's very simple to understand. If you take a saline thing, a saline placebo, call it a jab, call it a vaccine, and do model a very simple rollout of this medicine during a pandemic with a known infectivity, known rate of propagation, what you find is that the saline has very high effectiveness at the beginning, and it wanes over time. Do you believe that? It's if you think about it, it's pretty believable, because you're not considered jabbed, so all the people that get sick there are unjabbed, even though they received the saline. And then as the population gets saturated with the medicine, well, the efficacy wanes because everybody's jabbed, 2 weeks jabbed or whatever, and they're still getting sick. You have to see the sort of model. There's some YouTube videos about it. What I want to tell you about is that clearly there's a statistical bias that comes along with that 2-week delay that makes whatever you're doing look more effective than it is. It makes them look safer, obviously for obvious reasons, ignoring all the early adverse events, and it makes them look more effective too. So those three assumptions there basically kill the whole COVID story. And what I'm hoping is that when people confront me and say, who are you to say you know more than all the experts? Well, I'm just going to tell them, they were given the wrong data. They were given faulty assumptions. And basically, if you give smart people bad data, convince them it's good data, they're going to make fantastic theories that are dead wrong. They're going to be pretty stuff that's completely wrong. That's where we're living right now. Thank you, guys.
The test that we were allegedly used to identify was actually identified as a bioweapon assisted agent identified by Dr. David Mark at the European Union Convention in 2002 and 2003. 23 years ago, that happened.
Well, good talking. Thanks, Ricardo. Yeah. We've been up to something. Okay. Is Marion Flattery? Marion? Oh. Okay. Chris Shoemaker. Thank you, Chris. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. You me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Marianne, I've never met Marianne directly, but I've had about 4 or 5 telephone conversations with her over the last 6 months or so, or no, like a year and a half. Anyway, she's a wonderful scientist. She's given great insights into how macrophages in our blood are responsible for sequestering off certain inflammatory effects that would otherwise happen. And but I'll leave it for her when she's here in present to talk about her science in that regard. But again, a very senior PhD scientist, and here are her words that she asked me to say to you today. Many of us take daily vitamins and supplements for our overall health, but a little known amendment to the Food and Drug Act contained within the 2023 budget bill, that's a full 3 years ago, snuck it in, and the bill, of course, as all budget bills must, they pass. But this inclusion within the budget bill has drastically changed the natural health product industry. And many of you in this audience know all about that and the impositions that are being put on natural health practitioners and the products that they like to assist us with. On this date, in 2023, the Liberals extended the definition of, quote, therapeutic products to include natural health products. Natural health products are not drugs. They're simply dilutions or portions of naturally occurring plants and the like in the world that are utilizable, and they're appropriately utilizable and do not have to be called drugs because they have not been manufactured as drugs, and they are indeed natural products from the natural world. This has actually ended up forcing many suppliers, and the ability of natural health practitioners to use those supplies has also been massively diminished. Has anyone in the audience itself had problems with getting some of their more specialized natural health products because of this action in 2023? All right, well, I see a goodly number of hands that agree with that. Dr. Marion Ladouroute herself wanted to present or give her own statement about a very special private member's bill that is occurring right now to reverse that action taken in 2023. The private member's bill is sponsored by Alberta Conservative MP Blaine Halton, and it is to reverse the classification of natural health products into being drug-like or therapeutic products. This bill is before the Standing Committee of Health of the Canadian Parliament right now, and she is encouraging anyone who has knowledge of how they are harmed by this act and change in the act to send it in before the 15th of September. You must get it in before the 15th of September to the Standing Committee on Health so that the committee would support removal of the actions taken in 2020. Here is a summary of Dr. Latterou's brief, in it which she said, my brief presents the issues surrounding the secret reclassification of natural health products. First, the action decree defeats the democratic process. Canadians vehemently oppose the reclassification of NHPs as chemical drugs by Bill C-51 in 2008. So in 2008, the written actions of Canadians stopped the government dead in their tracks when trying to do that then. As an example, polypharmacy, 5 or more therapeutic drugs, can be quite deadly. I know that as a doctor. You give 5 drugs that interact poorly with each other. Drugs, because of their power, are going to create problems if they're given together on occasion. But dozens of if not hundreds of nutrients can be taken together. Nutrient products can be taken together and not cause any difficulty with and from each other. This fact seems to have been remarkably overlooked by the adversaries of the NHP industry. There's a revelation from Pfizer whistleblowers implying that the ulterior motive for this broad relabeling of safe nutritional supplements, making them used essentially as poison, may allegedly relate to corruption by Pfizer and not by Vanessa's law as claimed in 2020. The part of the law came into force in December of 2019, and it was tested in terms of how COVID-19 vaccine injuries were numerized. And it's been found that the reporting of COVID-19 breakthrough cases and mortality in the Canadian Vigilance Program was highly sensitive, and only 16 to 10%, 10 to 16% showed up from what really were the numbers. And they know this because they compared it with the United States VAERS assessment of COVID-19 vaccine, which are fully 10 times higher than the numbers we got in Canada. There was also, finally, her comment was that the concerns of the second part of Vanessa's law regarding the ability of Health Canada to act without judicial oversight to impose remedial actions on the public are relevant in terms of past delinquencies and their censorship of the truth about COVID-19 vaccines. Dr. Latteroux concludes her written submission to the Canadian Parliament Committee, stating, indeed, my own life and death situation, Dr. Latteroux, solved by a natural health practitioner, using a medication, not a medication, using a natural product available for thousands of years to save my life. It is a reminder of the simple power of natural health products to make an important difference that therapeutic products and allopathic medicine just cannot happen. Concludes by saying, although this brief strongly endorses the recommendation that Bill C-224, and that's the number I'd like you folks to write it down if you hadn't heard of it, that Bill C-224 is currently in front of the Canadian Parliament. It's about to go in front of the Health Committee on the 21st of September, and if you put your comment in about your circumstances and belief that natural products must remain described and recognized as natural health products and not be falsely put into a drug line product description. This is a huge point. We hope that 5 or 6 or 50 or 60 of you write into this committee to support this return to the proper use and reference point for natural health products. We're going to leave it there, and to Marion Ladouroute, we thank her. Marion Ladouroute.
Thanks to Marion. Hey, Jen, you all set pretty soon? Okay, the few things that I want to mention here. We have a few speakers coming up at our Monday night meeting. So Dr. Shoemaker's coming on Monday. This coming Monday, he's got a movie he's put together. So you're welcome to come. It's from 6 till 9 o'clock at Finnegan's here in Pembroke. The following week, there's a chap named John. What's his name? Charles. Charles is gone from where I saw him before. Is Charles Ave here? Where's he?
Everybody come Monday night. I really want you to come. It's a good movie.
Who's that guy, Charles? Charles is coming on the 14th, and he's the Lifeblood analyst. And he was here. He's somewhere. It doesn't matter. Come and see him on the 14th of September. And then in between there's another guy named John. Is it Dow? What's the name? Oh, someone knows here. What's his name? Like Grove. John Grove. That's it. That's it. So he's coming and doing one on emergency communications. That's coming up on the 31st. Is that the next? Anyways. So mentioning those things first. Now Calvin Mulligan's up top. Where's Calvin?
Woo, Calvin!
Wait, where are you? Right there. You got some books with you, Calvin? You have 5 copies. So if you're interested, you can talk to Calvin up there. What's your book called again? Brother in Arms Tale of the Global Annals of the Bio War. Sort of like that. That sounds quite interesting. There's Calvin up there with the flag on his hat. I want to also ask everyone to, now people are moving around. She was over there. Anna Skoll, where are you right now, Anna? I don't know where people, there she is over there. So I met Anna. I just want to point out that Anna was Stop the Shot, it was called, right? Brief, sort of after COVID, I met her on an overpass in Ottawa that she was like holding the sign, getting the honks, and it was, she's a hero. So I just wanted to, Anna Skoll, there she is, give her a hand. Right on. And now Brian Dirksen, who's been here with commentary, he's made a print of his speech. So if you want one of those, you come over there and get one from Brian.
I apologize to the people that have already asked me for this. I didn't know, but our very good friend Patricia Miller has made some copies. I was not aware. So if you ask for a copy, pull it back. Actually, have copies. 17 minutes bullet point version, and then there's the full actual speech that I gave earlier today. It's here. If you're interested, also somebody else left another why I'm proud to be
Yeah, so that's Ray. She's gonna come up and talk about cash a little bit later for a minute. Not right now, but a little bit later. And yeah, so right now there was one other thing in my mind. There was that I'm gonna talk to you in a moment. And so here comes Jen Choquette. You know, we're trying to figure out what to do when there's an emergency coming, and we're sort of prepared that way. But I know in Ottawa, generally, I always was, what happens if there's an emergency? What's the plan? And there really isn't a plan. They seem to like chaos more than anything, and they like us to have all of our food go bad. They'll supply the dumpster for your rotten food, but they won't put out a public service announcement. Maybe you should do something like that, cook it, or you know what I mean. There's no. So Jen has been doing stuff to do with family preparedness. She's got a workshop coming up with Tom Marazzo, and she's going to come and talk about it right now. Jen Choquette.
All right, thanks.
Hi guys. How are you? You guys have been sitting a long time, so kudos to all of you. I'm sure, like, I've been stretching my legs, so if any of you need a minute to kind of get up and stretch your legs, I encourage you to do so. My name is Geneviève Choquette. Everyone calls me Jen, and I am very privileged and honored to be here today. So thank you, Chris, for inviting me to participate. First and foremost, I'm a mother, daughter, aunt, sister, friend, and I care very deeply about this cause. In fact, back in 2021, when all hell broke loose, it was a very lonely ride, and I didn't have anyone in my circle that kind of believed in all of this. So it was very isolating until I found my people, and until I went to the convoy and felt the most love I felt felt in years. So kudos to all of you for doing that part and being brave. And before I talk about the emergency preparedness, I also want to give a shout out not only to Chris and his wife and all the organizers, but to all the speakers who took the time out of their day to be here, and who many of who are professionals and who have put a lot on the line to speak up and be a voice in positions where it matters most for us as a citizen. So I wanted to thank every single one of the speakers for taking that time today and being so brave into this war that we are fighting all together collectively. So my name is Jen, like I said, and I have been a public servant since I was 17 years old. I've worked in all levels of government, including provincial, federal, and crown corporation. I've been a small business owner since about 2013, and my passion has always laid in serving Canadians. I've held positions at the Ministry of Health. I've held positions at Citizenship and Immigration, at CBSA, the Canada Border Services Agency, and including affordable housing. So as a public servant who has been trained in over 20 plus years, what has been happening recently has been very eye-opening because we weren't trained that way. We took our oath very seriously to serve Canadians. And so this is why I have such an amount of love and respect for those professionals that are here speaking up. And during my course of my career, my most recent position was I was a risk management specialist. And what I did there was ensure that the risks were managed, the operational risk, reputational risks were managed for the Canadian government, for a specific crown corporation. In that role, I traveled across Canada to train government employees on how to manage risk. And also in crisis readiness, participating in stress testing for the government to say, okay, what happens if there's an earthquake? What happens if there's a huge flood? What happens if the grid goes down? Is our organization ready for such a crisis? And can we still meet our objective in serving Canadians? It's not until 2021, when my personal home burnt down, that I really put the link that many Canadians themselves, although organizations spend hundreds of thousands of dollars getting ready for crisis and emergencies, we oftentimes delay preparedness. We don't think we might need it, or it's always something on the back burner that we're going to get to. And many don't even think they need it. They think, oh, it's just going to pass. We don't really need it. And that's when I truly realized, when I was standing in front of my home and it was gone. Everything I owned was gone, including my own personal emergency kit that was in the house. Where do I go? Who do I call? Like, what resources are available to me? These were all questions as a single mom with 3 kids. What do I do? And this was during a global pandemic where I had no family, no friends. Where do you go? And so this is when my risk management and crisis readiness kind of shifted into, what do we do as Canadians? And so the Canadian government has, for decades, on their website, tell every single Canadian must have a 72-hour emergency kit and a plan to evacuate. Question for you. Out of all these beautiful people here today, how many of you can you say that you have a 72-hour emergency kit ready at home? And I know if there's anyone that has some, it's going to be here. So we see a few hands here. Okay. How many of you, and please raise your hand. How many of you want and know you need an emergency plan, an emergency kit, but keep pushing it off and say, I'll do that tomorrow, I'll do that next week? Oh, yes. And you know what? I have been one of those people. So I totally get it. We get busy, life keeps rolling, and you just postpone those things. Now, out of those that are ready and have a plan, how many of you are ready to evacuate and have a plan to leave your home in the next 5 minutes and be ready? You know where to go, who to call. I see no hands. So many of us will prepare for things at our home. We'll get the water, we have the canned foods, we have a secondary source of power. But what happens if you actually have no choice to leave your home? Do you have a bag? Do you know where to go? What if you have teenagers and young adults and they're out of the house and the grid goes down? Do you know where to meet? Do you know what the plan is? How do you reconvene the family together? So a lot of us don't actually have those plans in place because we think that we just have to huddle down for 72 hours and we'll be fine. But many of us in the world are not. We have to actually leave our home, or our kids are not at the house and we don't know how to communicate, and we don't know where our meeting points are going to be, and we don't know what to do tomorrow. We don't actually have a route of evacuation that will not be on the highway and boggled up if we don't have maps, Google Maps. So on October 17th, I have partnered with military officer Tom Marazzo. How many of you know Tom Marazzo? Yeah, he's a solid dude. Anybody that knows him knows he's a solid guy. He knows what he's doing, and he's been fighting the good fight from day one. And he's, like many of us, has paid the price for speaking up and doing the right thing. So he's written a book, The People's Emergency Plan, and we've come together. He's coming to Ottawa on October 17th, which is a Saturday. It's an all-day workshop, and it's really our why is community readiness. It's not just about our solo preparedness, it's about many of us being prepared and having resources together. And so this is going to be a community event where it's a hands-on workshop. It's not just him talking, it's not just a lecture. It's really about all of us sitting down. We have templates, we have strategies where you're going to start building your own emergency plan and learn techniques on how to apply them to different types of crisis and emergencies. So it's going to be a great day. And so if you're interested in signing up, we do have a early bird special where you save $20 until August 31st. And we have VIP tickets that include lunch. Those that don't want the VIP option, they can bring their own. We have a microwave and everything. There is a full service bar on site. So after the workshop and after we've worked really hard, we have the opportunity for a voluntary meet and greet where you guys can have a drink together, mingle, make connections with community, which is really important right now, and really just create those new connections. VIP tickets everyone attending will have a copy of Tom's book. The VIPs will have the opportunity for a book signing one-on-one with Tom, and of course a hot plated catered lunch. And so if you have any questions and you'd like to participate, I would love to see you coming to my table over here. I can do cash registration. I accept debit, all major credit cards, and or just come and say hi. I'd love to just talk and mingle and meet all of you today. And yeah, I just wanted to thank you all for being here and thank you for listening to me today. And I hope to meet you later. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jen. Okay, I'm just gonna quickly we have a serious political scientist in our midst, so he's gonna come up and give us his thoughts for about 8 minutes. Vlad Tepes is here. Thank you, Vlad, for coming, and he's videoing everything. So all these speeches will be put online and we're going to share them with others.
All right, thanks very much. I actually wrote a 50-minute speech, but I'm going to talk really quickly and try to get it to an 8. So I'm going to start this. Normally I just wing it, but I actually felt this time I would try to prepare something. So I started by giving it a title, which is probably the most obnoxious and overly condensed title of any talk that you can. And if you bear with me, it'll make sense.
Closer to the mic.
Closer to the mic, Vlad.
Closer to the mic.
Speak up.
Is this better?
Yeah, that's it.
So the title of this talk is The Teleological Look at Dialectical Mass Line Narrative. I apologize for that, but by the end, I hope you're going to appreciate it. So here's let me code that title one piece at a time. Teleological means from telos, or the end. Teleological look means judging a thing not by what it says about itself, but by where it inevitably ends, not by its content, its destination. A teleological examination of any of the things that we've experienced over the last, we could say 6 years from COVID, really started way before that. But let's say from COVID is when most people woke up to the fact that things aren't as they appear. Okay? So a teleological look is what happens as the result of the processes in creation. Okay? Dialectical is a Marxist engine. Reality is driven forward through contradiction, thesis, antithesis, synthesis. In practice, this means the left advances, the left, which means, by the way, the left, I don't mean that in some ridiculous general sense. By the left, I mean you're taking rights away from the individual, not just rights, but identity from the individual.
Hey, Ronnie.
And moving it to the state. Okay? So right wing, I'm far right wing, means basically libertarian, where you have the minimal state, the state has the least power, and individuals have the most power over their own lives. Okay? So that's what the right is. And the left is the opposite. Okay, so dialect, left advances by manufacturing crisis and contradictions, then positioning itself as the only possible resolution. Every crisis is an opportunity, and if no crisis exists, one will be provided for you. Mass line. This is a critical one because you're going to look this up and you're going to get different definitions. I am using this one, which is accurate. Mass line is Mao's invention, Mao Zedong, and one of the most effective propaganda mechanisms ever devised. The party, Communist Party or the Liberal Party or the DSA in the States or the current German government or the British, the last 10 British governments, all of which really have just represented the Fabian Society. Again, look at it, okay? But they're all the party, Die Partei, as the Germans used to say under communism. The effective the party floats ideas downward through the population, floats them downwards by mantras, safe and effective. The religion of peace. It's actually a long list. I mean, off the top of my head, there's a long list of those mass line narrative attacks, which then the party watches which ones take root and then amplifies them back up what appears to be the voice of the people. So you're getting these mass line narrative attacks. This is a COVID vaccine crowd. So the safe and effective is the one that's going to ring home to most people here. But they blasted that to us, and then it takes to the population and then comes back up and appears to be our voice. That is a Maoist mass line narrative again. But it's really the party voice laundered through the people's mouth. Manufactured consent with a Chinese pedigree that goes back to the 1940s. Narrative attack is coordinated stories deployed not only to describe reality, because it doesn't describe reality, it defines it, it creates it, and to move power, right? Global warming, man-made global warming, again, safe and effective religion of peace. There's like dozens of those. They're constant streaming. So put it together and you get the thesis. To understand any narrative attack, ignore what it says and look only where it ends, the teleological analysis. What power moves exactly and who into whose hands? The pithier way to say it is, and this is one that I think will hopefully will stick with you. With the left, the point is never the point. The revolution is always the point. So whenever there's a leftist statement which is being injected into it, it is not about the statement itself. It is about what the statement is going to do to us, to our culture, to our civilization. So the point of these narrative attacks, it's always about the revolution. Okay? So in any case, the narrative is never the stated cause is never the cause. Every single narrative attack is evaluated wrongly by polite society, because polite society evaluates the content. Was the claim true? Was it exaggerated? Was it racist or phobic or extremist? Wrong question, all of them. The only question that matters is the teleological question. What does this make possible, and who holds the new power when the dust settles? You know, if Canada, a teacher or any agent of the state, which is almost everybody who works in Canada, is working for the government, some of them, can convince your kid they were born in the wrong body. And it's a crime for you to convince them that that's ridiculous. It's a metaphysical position with no basis in reality. And that could put you in jail, huge fine, and have your kids taken from you. Bill C-4.
Crazy.
So it made possible, some of this may sound redundant for the speakers, maybe. Medical assistance in dying. Once the sanctity of life was fully dissolved, the next move was sitting there waiting. The state soon extending the power of life and death over its own citizens. Canada now offers death to veterans suffering PTSD, to the poor who can't afford health, to the disabled who are told sometimes by the very officials meant to serve them that killing them is cheaper than helping them. We already see the headline. You've all seen it. Is this making any sense so far? This tracking? Yeah. Is it worth another page? The slippery slope was never a slip. It was greased on purpose, and the direction of travel was decided before the first step. The point was never reproductive rights. The brands affirming care? Come on. It's a spay and neuter clinic. The point was the state holding the power of life and death. Formerly trivial reasons included, and that's a point, by the way, the transition of the covert into the overt. The revolution going from a covert communist revolution to an overt one is happening now. As is the transition from a dialectically driven revolution, meaning through all these different kinds of semantic tactics, into a kinetic one is starting now. You're going to see in England, in Ireland, in Scotland, where the state is starting to move from convincing people through deception and dialectical means, starting to use guns and bullets and agents of force. We're going to see that. So every atrocity of the 20th century hid behind that sentence. The sentence being, you can't make an omelet without breaking eggs. Let's remember that we're the eggs, and the omelet is the communist state that comes out. Okay? So, you know what? I think I'm going to do this, a couple more pages of this. There's a lot of great speakers here, and I want you to hear them all. And I really want to thank Chris for squeezing me in, make this time to do this. If this makes any sense to anybody, I'm going to ask you to do this. Go look for Stephen Coughlin, Coughlin interviews. He's a retired military intelligence officer in the United States. He has his own organization, Unconstrained Analytics. I've interviewed him myself more times than I can remember. He's a brilliant guy. He'll pierce the veil. He'll pull the clouds aside. And he has a website called Unconstrained Analytics. The paper of his to read is Re-Remembering the Misremembered Left, the Left Strategy and Tactics to Destroy America. It applies equally to Western civilization. I'm going to leave it at that. If anybody wants to talk to me after, I love talking about this stuff. Other people don't really like hearing it so much. Thank you very much.
He sees clearly that man. Yeah, good. Okay, Calvin's just going to do a quick book giveaway here. It's going to take a moment.
Thanks, Chris. So you struggle with the title there a bit. So it's Boys to Men, Brothers in Arms Tale from the Annals of the Global Biowar, 2020 to 2023. It's true fiction. So this is just a shout out. First voice I hear with the right answer gets the book. Question is, one of the warriors in the fight, a famous German lawyer who held 140 interviews. Holy smoly.
Winner. Thanks, Calvin. Okay. It was a little slow. Yeah, Reiner Fulmick. That's the guy. Okay, so the next speaker who's here, I've been sort of after him to come to Pembroke to speak for quite a few years now, because he's sought after because he's just an expert in EMF and all things frequency. So I'm very happy to welcome Nick Pineau to Pembroke here right now. And here it comes. I didn't give you much warning there, Nick. All the way from Montreal, yeah? Nick Pineau, here he is. Okay.
1, 2, 1, 2. Hi everyone. Let's just start. You know, I had a presentation, but then I realized I don't even know the crowd. Some people told me everyone knows about EMF. Oh yeah, they know about your work, but I want to verify. So who knows what EMF is? Okay, so good. 89. All right. So we're gonna quickly define terms, but I want to keep it practical, but also kind of tell you what my vision is in 2026 about what you can do to protect yourself. So EMF stands for electromagnetic fields, electromagnetic radiation, a term that I almost prefer these days is electrosmog or electromagnetic pollution, because in reality, this is what it is. It's not a topic that is talked about often in mainstream and even in in out media. I'm still working on it, and I don't see a lot of discussion. But I want you to think about what is emitted by a phone, the radiation that connects it to a tower, for example. Let me just take a note of my time, or else I'll be talking for like 5 hours. Someone will get me up this stage. So essentially, if the smartphone is an example of something that emits radiation, but so is Bluetooth. And now we have these things in our ears and in our homes. There are sensors. I mean, you can have Bluetooth diapers these days. I mean, an example of some products that I see that are completely crazy, and I'll tell you why in a second. But there are also now satellites around the planet. There's Starlink. That's an example of EMFs and increasing the global electropollution. The cell towers that we connect our phone with, there's the third generation 3G, 4G, 5G is being rolled out, LTE and alternative 4G, and now they're thinking about 6G, and who knows what G's they're gonna stop. When they're gonna stop with the G's, I don't think they're gonna stop. And in reality, it's just compounding to create this problem called the global electropollution problem. Why I started researching this is that in 2009, 2010, when I woke up that, gee, things are pretty broken when it comes to health, I wanted to get into bodybuilding and get jacked. That's really my first intention in 2009. I met my wife at the time. I'm still with her. 17 years. Yeah, come on. But at the time, I just wanted to gain muscle mass. So I started eating all sorts of things and, weird powders. But eventually, I stumbled upon certain documentaries that really changed my life, like Food Inc. And, all these documentaries around glyphosate and GMOs. And I was like, oh my God, I never heard about that. I have a background in communications. That really shocked me to the core that we are exposed to environmental toxins at levels unprecedented. And after going through, studying pesticides and plastics and what's in tap water, what's in the air, then I discovered EMS, and I realized that, well, wait a minute. Not only is it a credible topic because you have over 200 scientists that have been sounding the alarm that EMFs at the current levels of exposures are causing negative health impacts of the human population, but it's been ongoing for essentially since the beginning of our use of EMFs. If you study, to cite him, the late Arthur Firstenberg in the book The Invisible Rainbow, he talks about doctors at the end of the 1700s starting to use static shocks, very low-level static shocks, as a parlor trick. For example, you had the electric kissing woman or something like that was advertised in the circus, where you would kiss the woman and get a little shock. And there was just something cute, right? Or there was the beginning of our understanding of electricity, and even at the time, you had certain people reporting side effects from a static shock. At the moment, I can tell you that even right here, even if we're in nature with the amount of phones and whatnot, we are above the levels of this near static shock. We are now in a very complicated soup of EMFs. And the question that a lot of people ask me is, okay, well, what is it doing to us, right? Our global use of all of this technology, and is there anything that we can do about it? That's really the question, isn't it? So first, I can tell you that I see a lot of vaccine stuff. I'm very well versed into how nonsensical the research about vaccines is, and I've been studying it, for as long as I can remember. And so is the EMF research. The foundation of the safety research around EMF is 5 monkeys and 8 rats. That's from a 2022 paper by the International Commission on the Biological Effects of EMF, ICPE, to be short. I will not repeat this long title. ICPE is a consortium of scientists that said, let's look at how our safety guidelines have been set. They've been set by looking at animals, short-term data, and seeing a change in behavior in lab animals that could blast with radiation. They saw that the animals would stop eating after a certain threshold, and they put a safety factor and they called it a day. That's not toxicology. This is complete industry nonsense. And this was last updated in 1996 at the FCC, Federal Communication Commission in the U.S. But this is science from the 80s. So still to this day, this I don't even know what the model is, but this smartphone here in my pocket is based on 80s science. We're in 2026. Where's the new science? Where are the biological studies that are supposed to assure that the population is protected against this phone, having an impact on my fertility or testosterone levels, for example? So in the end, what we have is that it's such nonsense that for a lot of people, it's hard to believe that it's such nonsense. So this is, I don't know to this day what happened exactly to put EMF in the fringe category. I think it's probably on purpose, or at least the industry saw the opportunity and said, oh, wouldn't that be amazing if everyone thought that anyone who talks about EMF danger is a crazy person. We saw that with vaccines. We see that with, even with glyphosate. Even for uncontroversial topics such as red fruit dye, you would find someone saying, "Oh, talking about the dangers of red fruit dye is crazy." No, it's not crazy. You're eating petroleum products, for God's sake. It's completely uncontroversial that we should not eat that, right? And that an alternative already exists in the EU. So with EMF, though, what is bizarre, and I think it's maybe part of the reason that the topic is still, to this day, I've been doing this 10 years nonstop, is still barely talked about, is that it's difficult to accept that this is our life now. My brothers are on there. I talk to my wife. I talk to my mom. I do work on there. I take notes. I have podcasts. And then I go to my computer that emits EMFs and Wi-Fi. And geez, I don't want to look at it, right? So there's the difficulty of the topic of looking at it and facing it that, geez, it might be bad. And I think this is this kind of all or nothing thinking that has led many people to discount EMFs, because it's good to discount EMFs in a sense, because right, it's everywhere. There's nothing I can do about it, and I don't want to think about it because it makes me anxious. It made me anxious the first 2 years after writing my book. I thought I was going crazy, to be honest with you guys. But after, it's like with any topic in my life, when I'm really intense, and my wife can attest to that, and I'm too intense and I go too deep, and then I come back and I'm like, well, okay, it wasn't so bad in a sense, because there are things that you can do to dramatically lower your exposure, starting with the sources that you do have control over. And that's going to be my message today for everyone. What can you do practically speaking in your life? It led me to kind of combine what I had started with the other toxicants in our environment, and to think about, okay, well, what is the order of priority, right? Where should I start to lower toxins in my life? And I always think about systems. And in the end, it led me to the realization that, well, geez, there's nothing I can do to eliminate toxins from my life at this point. Eskimos are getting glyphosate they found them in Antarctica, and at the North Pole, glyphosate in snow. So what does that mean, right? Global pollution. You also find now satellites around the Earth, so you have global electropollution as well. But it's not a reason to stop trying, because we know very well that the acute poisoning you might be getting from the environment, for example, for me in Montreal, it might be, oh, let's trust the city of Montreal and say, well, it's not a huge problem that we have lead in water. I studied the topic starting with the Flint, Michigan scandal several years before my EMF work, and found it to be completely appalling what happened in Flint. Except after that, I read Dr. Mercola, who said, well, the real story is that there are thousands of cities in the U.S. that are worse than Flint. So I'm like, wait a minute. So you tell me, the media talks about this little thing, but the problem is used like this. And I said, well, at least it's not in Canada, is it? Well, after a couple of years after that, investigative journalists, I think it might have been from CBC, looked at the city of Montreal, and it was way worse than Flint in certain cases. So it's specific areas in the city. When you ask the city of Montreal, they sent me a pamphlet. They sent me a printed thing a couple of years ago. My son was 1 year old. He's 8 now. And I was super concerned, of course, neurotoxicity in children. I was filtering my water, but is my filter even working, right? So that got me worried. And they sent me, they told me, you might have lead in your water. I said, well, okay, that's practical. And they said, well, since you might, we're going to start with areas in the city of Montreal because digging down and replacing the piping is super expensive. I cannot blame them. We're behind probably decades in infrastructure. So we have to remove the lead piping. We have to replace it. We have to put the road back. And then the citizens are complaining in Montreal, at least. You know, I've been in Montreal long enough. We'd love to complain about works, and yet they need to be done. So all that to say that they're going to start with these different places where it's obvious that people are exposed to lead. And in my case, their recommendation was nothing. There were no recommendations of you should filter your water. The government was not, giving me $500 to get a filter, nothing. And I said, well, it doesn't make sense to me. So again, it just reinforced the idea that we need to take care of things ourselves, and that's it's such a shame that this is what it's come to, and yet my only hope is that governance will change and will be more like the EU is definitely better and a better example of how things should be done, but I found it so appalling to realize that in Canada we're not really the fantastic, social democracy that will protect citizens against environmental toxins. I am proud of Canada for certain things. After COVID, I had a hard time being proud of Canada, to be honest with you guys, especially in Montreal. It was like, the announced your neighbor, said the mayor of Montreal. I never forgave her. And my wife was like, you gotta be over it eventually. I mean, athletes don't be in politics. You cannot possibly think that's something you can say on TV and get away with it. So anyway, it made me I don't want to be completely detached from politics where I say there's no hope. We're going to never have, Health Canada that recommends the right things. I want to stay with a positive outlook, but the problem is I'm not holding my breath here when it comes to how EMF regulation will change. Why is that? Well, if you think that big pharma has control over regulations or safety limits of everything, or if they think that big pharma controls the game because they try to push policies in a direction that will be aligned with their corporate interests, imagine now that an industry that makes more money than big pharma is called wireless. The telecoms all around the world represent trillions of dollars, but you also have big tech, and you also have the interest of the military complex on top of that, because they love surveillance. They love the fact that with different apparatus now they can look into any home in North America that has Wi-Fi and map your body in a 3D environment in a very precise way. And I've been told that by engineers, it's not some type of conspiracy theory. It is useful to the SWAT. It is useful to military operations that people use Wi-Fi so much. So there are so many interests that are aligned to keep the EMF question aside for as many decades as humanly possible, which is why I think that everyone needs to take action now and do daily action to try to minimize their exposure. What we know about EMF, and if someone asks me, okay, what is it doing to my body? Well, it depends. What is the duration? What is the dose? The worst EMF exposures that we are getting that are the most concerning and the most scientifically rigorously proven, or at least the risks are proven, is brain cancer. And that's been the the billion-dollar question. You had the Larry King episode at the end of the 1990s that caused a stir, and then you have WHO say, oh, it causes cancer. It does not. It does. It doesn't. So in the end, what we know is that the epidemiology and the rat studies, and it's been studied so much compared to other agents. It's a class 2B carcinogen because of the potential to increase brain tumor risk, and it can have a long latency. So it means the number one thing that I don't want you to do is to spend too much time talking on the phone on your ear. If you do just this one thing, I think you've avoided most of the known risks long term from a phone. It means you can use speakerphone, you can use wired solution, and if everyone did that around the world, I think it would make a difference. There are good indications that the risks or that that how many glioblastomas people are getting is increasing, but especially in younger populations, surprisingly so. So it's still a controversial topic, but the reality is that it's a class 2B carcinogen. You had a very great review in 2018 that showed we have enough data to reclassify this from a 2B possible carcinogen to a class 1 definite carcinogen. That was 2018. My question as a journalist is always, well, that was 2018. That's like ages ago, right? So now people know about it? No, not in the news. No one talks about it. It's still controversial. WHO is supposed to look at the question of will we reclassify it? So you need a working group and scientists and everything, and they've been postponing that committee 3 times. So it was in 2019 it was recommended. Now it will be at a minimum, I think 2027. I'm not even sure if we're going to see it by 2032. But in the meantime, people are exposed. That's really the problem that I have with all of these, all of this bureaucracy. I know why it's here. It has some merit, but geez, it is too slow for our society. It is way too slow. So in the meantime, you need to protect yourself. The problem here is that I told you not to put a phone to your ear, but now you have, people that put AirPods here. Is it better, right? Well, the AirPods are a little bit lower power, but they're deeper inside the brain, and we have, a handful of studies in the entire world. Believe it or not, you probably have. I couldn't guess, but hundreds of millions of people using Bluetooth things near the body every day, and there's barely any study about it. But based on what we do know about radio frequency radiation, which is what it emits, it's anything but safe. So again, trying to minimize the time of use for AirPods, anything Bluetooth. It's all a matter of time of use. Someone asked me, what should I tell my, my son who's 20 and really skeptical. It's a tough sell. It's an extremely tough sell. At a minimum, you could have a pair of wired headset when you're not moving, right? That's a good argument. Some people are in wellness. They tell me, Nick, you will not get my AirPods off my body if I do a workout. I don't want, the wires. They're annoying. Okay. But all the rest of the time, you're talking and walking, and it's not too annoying. Have your second pair, have the wired. You're working at a computer, same thing, wired pair. You're studying on the sofa, same thing. You're in the bed before night, and you don't have the AirPods in your ears. So that's really the number one thing. I could stop here, and if everyone did that, I would be happy, because I think it's just the most dangerous use of phone in a sense, because you increase your risk of cancer. And that's just EMS, right? How many agents are carcinogenic in this day? And how many agents could be a carcinogen, but we simply haven't studied them yet? I came across an article, what's the journal? Smithsonian, I think. I couldn't believe the stats, and even, I cite it now, and I barely believe it. There's 1,000 chemicals that are synthesized per hour around the world. New chemical. I'm like, no, that's not right. It cannot be right. I read the article 7 times. I'm like, well, it's 10 million per year per hour. Don't even quote me. That's like, what does it mean? It doesn't mean if you're exposed now. It means that there are new things coming down the pipeline. So I think that overall, everyone who thinks, okay, I don't want to come down with cancer, and I see all these things. There are, good researchers saying, well, certain vaccines seem to exacerbate, the rise in cancer, and yes, so do, many other things. So do, lead exposure also impacts cancer. It's all of it. The problem I have with the cancer discussion is that many people tend to forget EMFs in the mix. It's one obvious thing that has been steadily rising over the last 50 years, and even more aggressively so after 2010 with the smartphones and the cell towers. So it's a lot. And I say cell towers, don't even think about the cell tower guys. In a sense, they're there, they're concerning, but what can you do about it? You can move to the countryside. Many people told me they did, only to find themselves looking in their backyard. There's a new cell tower, right? So, or they tell me, well, what about the satellites? Now I'm in the countryside, I have Starlink. Yes, it does mean that there's a low level higher than back in nature for sure. But there's a low level of exposure that you're getting, and you have your Starlink dish, and you get the internet. And before that, many of these people who are my readers told me, well, I can't get the internet. What should I do? Well, if that's your only way to connect, and Starlink is emitting anyway, you might as well recuperate that signal, and then you take a router and try to have a wired connection go from your router to your computer. That's another thing that anyone today can change. It is more involved than changing your cell phone habits, to be sure, but the number two spot where you want to change something in your life when it comes to EMS is your personal computer. If you use a tablet like my mom, and she still somehow doesn't listen to my advice. So it's not just the 20 years old, or it's any age, to be honest. My dad, it took him so much time to even listen, and now I don't think he still listens. But anyway, it's a hard sell, guys. I call myself online the EMF guy, and yet my immediate family cannot even listen to me. So but it's just, and it just shows you. I mean, they will in their own time. They do listen, and they do make little changes, but they don't take it as seriously as I do. I don't expect anyone here to take me as seriously because you haven't spent the last 10 years of your life alone in front of a computer screaming or arguing with trolls online. So if eventually you're like, yeah, this is a pretty important topic. So going back to the computer, when we work in front of a computer, and a lot of people ask me about Wi-Fi. Oh, is Wi-Fi dangerous? Well, Wi-Fi is a huge source of exposure. So, it's in your home. If you have good connectivity throughout the home and your Wi-Fi is fantastic, and you say, my God, I'm so happy to have a lot of Wi-Fi. You're happy to have a lot of electro pollution in your home. This is how you need to think about it. So there's a trade-off. Having Wi-Fi means you fill every room in your home with Wi-Fi. How is that possible? Well, it goes through walls, except concrete slabs, reinforced concrete or steel, and special materials. Wi-Fi goes right through. This is why you can have a Wi-Fi router in the basement, and sometimes you would have a three-story building, and the Wi-Fi is good, and you're happy. Okay, if you're happy about Wi-Fi, that's fine. It is, to me, it's a bad idea, and some people cannot really cope with Wi-Fi, and they don't know it until they remove the exposure. But that being said, do you need it in the middle of the night? The answer is likely no. If you wake up at 3 a.m. to look at social media, you shouldn't anyway. So turn off the Wi-Fi. That's the number two tip, is turn off the Wi-Fi. That's always what I've been repeating for 10 years. I'm kind of sick of talking about it, but I realize that for a lot of people, it's like, really? And I'm like, geez, okay, well, I'll still need to do this work for another 10 years at a minimum until it becomes a common thing that you turn off the Wi-Fi, or even better, it could be that your Wi-Fi recommends on your computer, like, hey, do you want to turn off the Wi-Fi at night, and you can click a button, something more practical for everyday people, which is on the industry to change only if we demand it. But that's I guess it will be my outro at the end of this talk. I almost have no time left, but I guess this is two good tips: is change how you use your phone and turn off Wi-Fi at night. Even better, don't use Wi-Fi. But that's a radical thing to do. I am in a condo in Montreal, so therefore I am more exposed to cell towers than in a community like Pembroke here. So I am in the middle of a lot of electrosmog and a lot of neighbor Wi-Fi. If I look at my phone connected on Wi-Fi in a street in Montreal, I could connect to hundreds of neighbors. They each have their different, puns that they use in the title of their Wi-Fi's, and it's funny. But you realize, geez, I'm super exposed by neighbors. What should I do about the neighbors? Most people go there first. It's not where you go first. It's your own Wi-Fi that is the culprit, and you have control over it, which is the good news. You can even decide to not have Wi-Fi, and that box called the router. In most situations, you go in there, you turn off the antenna. If that's not possible, you have to replace the router, and you have a wire go to your computer, which is a radical move in 2026. That kind of reminds me when I first had, a dial-up computer, and everything was wired back in the days, and you still have that in a lot of corporations, banks, industrial settings. They still use Ethernet cables. You can use them, and I was in a situation in my condo where the Wi-Fi was bad. So if the Wi-Fi is bad in your home, instead of replacing your Wi-Fi router that is already filling your home with electrosmog with a stronger one with more electrosmog, you might as well have a wire. And if you hire an electrician, you can have the Ethernet cables go in the walls, and you don't see it. And for most people that work from home, which is a large segment of the population, they don't even move with their computer, right? Even the laptop is there stationary. So you can have the Ethernet cable routed everywhere to your home, and now you are wired. You turn off the Wi-Fi on your computer, you just use Ethernet. I even use Ethernet for my phone in the morning, and it just, I'm gonna end on, I think I'm gonna end on that anecdote that I had at the breakfast table with my son Elliot, and just to show you that how do we fix such a problem? And I've had my moments of despair. Don't get me wrong. In the last 10 years, like, gee, this is not progressing at all. Like, there's barely any research being funded in North America, if at all. The industry is captured. What do we do? It's getting worse. 5G is getting rolled out. Am I making a difference? I met a couple of people who have been following me for 10 years. So, geez, yeah, I did make a difference, but it's too small. It's as if you're trying to fight a problem that is so global, so incredible that it gets discouraging. But here's what you can do, though. When you talk about it to other people, especially to children, or maybe if your children are too grown up and they don't listen to you anymore, your grandchildren. Now you got them at a young age, and you can instill them, with the information, at least for their curiosity, to be like to make EMF radiation part of their awareness, right? So Elliot, my son, who's 8-year-old, is the breakfast table, and he said, "Daddy, aren't you the EMF guy?" And he's like accusatory, and I'm like, "Yes. Why do you ask?" "Well, you're on your phone right now. Aren't you exposed to EMFs?" And I'm like, "Well, I have a converter from my phone to an Ethernet cable, and it's a little converter, $20, that I purchased at a hardware store, and I'm on the internet on Ethernet, so it's going through the wire to the router machine over there." And I showed him what it is, and he's like, okay." So at 8-year-old, he was already seeing not only what is EMF radiation, and I never once tried to push that on him. It's just that he's listening to me, and somehow he's getting it all. And now he's not only getting it all, but saying, "Wait a minute, you have the behavior of my parents that doesn't fit what he's talking about." So he's in conflict. So it was like, geez, that 8-year-old is like super advanced in his thinking. To be able to see the nonsense, guys, that everyone here is talking about, you need critical thinking. So it's something that you have to teach your children. And for me, like, making EMF part of the household is like, we turn off Wi-Fi, we try to minimize it. You don't have to become crazy about it or about toxins. It is a balancing act that is very difficult. I'll give you that. It's never simple. It is overwhelming, but if you start with, just the two different things that I talked about, I feel like you're already going in the right direction. And then we can get into all sorts of different things like testing your blender, testing your toaster, and all sorts of, stupidities almost that I put in my book in 2017. But in the end, it's not the blender that matters the most. So that's why I regret having that page on there where I test the blender. I mean, how often do you use a blender? You bought a Vitamix 10 years ago, never used it, or you said to yourself, I'm gonna do smoothies, and but even if you do them daily, it's probably a 30-second exposure, and why would you stay right next to it? So if you wonder what are my next steps when it comes to EMF mitigation, or where should I reduce EMF in my life, what are you exposed to in close vicinity to your body? It would always come back to your personal devices, wearables, your computer, your car, anywhere you physically spend time. So this is where you should focus all of your efforts when it comes to reducing EMF. And the rest, well, think about it a little bit. Maybe you read my newsletter. It's a EMF guy. But after a while, I want you to tune out and say, well, I've done what I can. And, you don't have to look at the tower and say, it's bad. And then you feel the anxiety. In reality, it doesn't serve us. We have to do the best we can, minimize exposures as much as we can, and then try to ask for safer technologies. And it means also voting with your dollars. If you purchase more Ethernet cables, I'm sure that the Ethernet cable industry would be like, wait a minute, what's happening exactly? Consumers buying Ethernet cables? Like what? Well, this is the industry moving in the right direction. 10 years after the beginning of my work, I can tell you that things have progressed in a sense because there are new companies that are coming on the market with better products. One of them is called Daylight Computers. It's a safer tablet because it has a better lighting and it's no blue light. And so innovations are happening, but it's small companies, and it's only possible because now these tech startups can be funded with a handful of millions and not tens of millions. It's cheaper to start new tech, new products. I envision a world in the next decade, hopefully, where all the tech will be safer by default. The Wi-Fi router would automatically turn off at night. This is how the tech should be designed. In the middle of the woods, if you have a router, it should not emit anything unless there is a user that is nearby and emit a minuscule amount of radiation to detect is there a new user. This is what needs to be done. But in the meantime, we need to talk in terms of protecting yourself, minimizing, and raising awareness. And this is really all we can do at this point. And I do hope that it becomes a topic that gets taken out of the fringe category and just considered a normal conversation around environmental pollution, because in many other countries it is, and I feel like the stigma in North America has been so strong that I hope to be part of the people that have influenced this change of direction. And I'm gonna take questions now. I don't know how much time I have, but yeah, thank you. Electric cars. Some people feel really unwell in electric cars, but I've heard reports of people feeling unwell in both modern cars, because in modern cars you have a lot of new EMF emitting sources, including proximity radar, not only to see other cars, but to see occupants inside. So it's not necessarily one brand in particular. I can tell you that the majority of car manufacturers that there was an independent test looking at EU regulations, and even the electric cars are going over the EU regulations. So the electric car industry is starting to adapt itself, but since it's rolled out fast, and I feel like the cars are going to be safer in the future. But at the moment, you have certain people sitting with their butts on the battery pack, and that's not ideal. But I wish I could give you blanket advice on like, oh, these are safe cars. all modern cars have a lot of sensors. They're becoming more stressful. The one thing that I do when I enter a car is try to turn off the Bluetooth if you don't use it. But sometimes it's an option and sometimes it's not. So that's the sad answer. Cars are just an EMF box right now. Yes? Air travel? Yeah, during air travel, obviously you get now Wi-Fi inside planes, which is a horrible idea for many reasons. You had an excellent paper from an Athens professor, Panagopoulos, who is a biophysicist, and essentially he looked at the synergistic effect of flying, ionizing radiation, cosmic rays, X-rays, gamma rays that pilots and attendants are getting all year long, and then passengers sometimes, except maybe frequent flyers, and then Wi-Fi. And it turns out that the Wi-Fi exposures makes the ionizing radiation more likely to cause DNA damage. So his recommendation at the end of the paper was we should remove all wireless communications from transportation, is his recommendation, which goes against everything that everyone is doing worldwide. So it just to show you that now, yes, it is increasingly more stressful to fly. What I do on flights is I try to take certain things that might be good antioxidants, CoQ10, molecular hydrogen. It's all based on personal trial and error. When you go to your destination, try to ground yourself, acclimate yourself to the light. There's no magic solution I found, but I would bet a lot of money that air travel is becoming more stressful. And I don't know about, I haven't looked at the data on flight attendants and pilots, but it's probably a profession that has become increasingly more risky in a sense. It is an occupational hazard for them, and it just got bumped to a higher degree of risk because of the introduction of stronger and stronger Wi-Fi all over the plane. Yes? Yeah, conspiracy theory. Oh jeez, yeah, it's tough. I mean, the Cleveland Clinic in 2010 was recommending that phones should be kept out of men's pocket to optimize fertility. And the best fertility research around phones and pockets were from the Cleveland Clinic. So sometimes when I want, I have in my back pocket these things like credible science, like Chris, come on. He's trying to shut me down. No. How much time do you want me to use? Couple more questions. Okay. So I would just cite that the fertility data from the Cleveland Clinic, athletes showing risk. Athletes, it's unarguable that there is controversy even around the link between having a phone in the pocket and a reduction of testosterone, which is always a good comeback when men come back to me. They're in their 50s and they say, "Well, I'm so glad you told me this could reduce my fertility because I don't want any more children." And I say, "Well, it could kill your testosterone." And they're like, "Oh, geez." Like now they hate it, right? Because especially in their 40s, 50s, it starts dropping and they're super concerned over all the consequences. So that's what I would like. Yes?
I've heard this tinfoil hats or tin hats. I'm assuming it's something to do with protection, but
yeah, the tinfoil hat reference is the movie Signs with Joaquin Phoenix from the 1990s, beginning of 2000s, and he was talking to extraterrestrials with aluminum foil on his head. That's a reference to people looking crazy, a tinfoil hatter conspiracy theorist. So that's like almost. I mean, at this point, I'm kind of wondering if it's the CIA who came up with it, just like with conspiracy theorists.
this one has silver in it.
Oh, it has silver. So in the end, ironically, people get called that, but there are personal protection equipment that exists that can offer partial shielding, like shielded caps and different things that they do work, but they offer very partial protection. What is tricky is that how much partial protection provides protection for everyone. I've been told by certain people that are very reactive to EMFs that they feel unwell using them, and then other people told me that they make a big difference. So there are a lot of different EMF blocking clothing on the market, but that's not one of my primary recommendations. But during travel, you could try using something like that. It's just expensive, trial and error. A T-shirt can go for $150, for example.
Thank you.
Yes. The question of a smart meters are definitely a concerning exposure, especially if it's very close to the bedroom, which is the case for certain people right the other side of the wall. And a lot of people report sleep issues, for example, which is one of the primary reasons to turn off Wi-Fi at night is that many people report better sleep, believe it or not, just from one router being turned off, not even the neighbors. So the smart meter emits sometimes very high levels of radiation. It could be every 30 seconds. It could be, and when I say high levels of radiation based on the safety limits we should have, not that we do have. It's all within the limits, right? So to be more precise, to replace the meter is tricky because it depends on your utility company, which will vary. In Quebec, I think I could still do it. In my case, it wouldn't be strategic because it's not near my bedroom. It's on the first floor. My condo is on the third floor, and it's an array of smart meters that would replace just 1 out of 8 meters. But if you have a home and you can call the utility company to look at their opt-out program, that's the way to do it properly. Other people say, well, I'm going to replace it myself, hire an electrician, and then lock it. For some people that worked and they got into a fight, a legal fight. Many people won over utilities because they're like, okay, you're crazy, we're not going to enter that PR thing with you. And for other people, they had the police knock at their door and say, no, you need to have the smart meter. So the opt-out program, depending on the country, state, province, they vary widely. Sometimes people told me they have a penalty, they have to pay over $100 per month for the utility company to come and have a technician come at your door. Many people told me, well, it means I cannot afford it, so I will not do it. Alternatively, there are shielding solutions that can be applied. There are the smart meter guard, for example, that you install on it. It will offer partial protection, better than nothing, but it's sort of half solution. So the first thing I would say is look at your utility company, phone them, but expect the customer support to be extremely disconcerted by your questioning. Like, oh no, another of these crazy people that wants an opt out. Just like you do when you offer a pat down at the airport. Like, oh no, not this guy. Like who has supplements in the bag and wants the pat down. Same thing. Yes?
You're gonna love this. Oh, it's so big and heavy.
Nice.
Is your travel trailer made out of aluminum? Yeah. So it blocks aluminum is or silver or many different metals are a great way to block external signals. Normally silver is used preferably in interwoven with cotton, for example, to create fabric that can block most wireless radiation. So this is where you see certain solutions in people's bedrooms to completely block external signals. They must be installed by competent EMF mitigation specialists or building biologists, but I'm not surprised you tell me if it's made out of aluminum, you don't have a cell signal. What I would recommend is not to make too many phone calls inside that, because when you have poor connectivity on your phone, which is maybe something I should have talked about, if you have poor connectivity, your phone would ramp up radiation to connect harder to a cell tower. Yes, Faraday cage effect. Yeah, yeah.
What's your name again, sir?
Am I getting kicked out?
I don't think we've ever met yet, sir.
Okay, last one.
Yeah, so
I know. Right on the dot. Who did that?
That was
That was definitely on purpose.
It was on purpose.
It was on purpose.
EMF paint,
It was-
so you
it was-
have
it was
carbon-based
Sorry.
kind of pitch
You were
black
saying
paint that
something
you
about
can
EMF
have on your
Yeah,
walls.
so
That's
what
a
you say?
real solution. However, it's
Then you
technical
copy
to
on
get
site.
right. So what I mean by that is that if you say, well, you know, I have a cell phone tower that's entering around my room like this, so I'm gonna paint that wall. It's prone to a lot of errors. You gotta take measurements, and if you use an amateur meter, there are different electromagnetic radiation meters that are for everyday people, including myself. I'm not an expert at these things. They cost $200-300. This isn't sufficient. You need the high level equipment to really read the levels before. Apply the paint, which should be 4 walls plus the ceiling, and oftentimes the EMF mitigation specialist or building biologist consultant would say, ideally you do a floor job as well. So for a room, probably looking at, I mean, I would budget probably over 5,000 Canadian for a bedroom, but it's a relatively permanent job where in that room, if you use the right curtains, you would have near zero wireless radiation coming in, even in a high EMF environment. My colleague Brian Hoyer in the United States does that, and so are a lot of mitigation specialists, even in Canada, and very good building biologists that they do that professionally. Personally, I would never start painting my room unless I know what I'm doing, because the paint is expensive. Getting it wrong is extremely expensive. So I would consult first, look at my options, and maybe you conclude, well, it's too expensive, not now, but now I have a lot of recommendations around what I could do in my home. Like you'd be surprised with how many people find that their smart TV that they never use, and it's in the kitchen. Oh, we never opened that thing. It's emitting wireless. You should unplug it. Like simple things that you only see once you have the meters in the equipment. All right. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thanks for coming. Fantastic. Okay. Before I forget, very important. Next Sunday night in Horton, which is just this side of Renfrew, quite a bit closer to Ottawa. My wife is organizing an event. It's a dinner and testimony and opera singing from Remigio. He's one of the Canadian tenors. He's the guy who, during the, remember the BLM stuff that happened in 2020? He was the singer who changed the words to the national anthem to say that all lives matter.
They got coffee down there.
That's what we were all thinking and talking about at the time, that all lives matter.
I haven't seen anybody going for
and,
it,
so he's very rare that he's around and he's doing appearances. So Caroline's
coffee, and I'm like,
organizing this. It's next Sunday night. Anyone who's on my email list, I'll be sending that around again. But tickets for this thing are $35. It's a full Italian meal, and she always goes over the top. It'll be delicious. But he's also going to be singing, doing some opera, and also telling his testimony of how he's been blacklisted from his career. Okay, now I want to introduce, is Lisa Meyer on here? Where are you, Lisa? Lisa? Lawyer Lisa? I haven't seen her. So anyway, right now we have Denny Rancourt coming. Thank you so much, Denny, for coming, and here he is. But that's the idea. That's what I do. Empirical work. So I distinguish between theories about what things are like, theories that relate to, for example, this notion of transfection
viral spread, transmission, oncogenes, symptoms and cases of what, all that to me is stories and theories that are supported by the scientific establishment, the medical establishment, and they deliver them on to us. And we even adopt them in our own language and our own thinking. We picture the world as a place where you can catch a viral infection and be very sick from it. We picture the place as you can have mutations and you'll get an oncogene and then you'll develop cancer. We have all these mental pictures about reality that are really interpret their data and tell stories, and they try to find interesting stories. And some of these stories are of great interest to one of us, so we get funded for telling them. And those are theories. But I distinguish all of that, whether they're true or false, I distinguish all of that theory from empirical facts. I want to deal with hard facts. And the best hard fact I can deal with in a crisis like this is mortality. Did someone die? Who died? Where did they die? How old were they? What sex were they? Who died? And what do we know about the person just before they died? And I'm going to count those deaths, and I'm going to count them as time goes by. So I'll know how many deaths every day for many years, and I'll know the geo distribution of those deaths, in what county, in what country, in what state, province, and so on. That's mortality. And that's something that is basically very difficult to fudge. You can't invent that. There's people know, and the death certificates get published and so on. And the states for over 100 years, modern states have kept good mortality statistics, and they're bound to do that. And there's a whole administrative apparatus that does just that. Because how many people die, just like how many people are born, these are fundamental baseline statistics for a state, for a country, for an empire, whatever you want to call it. So this is very well documented. And so you can access this data and you can verify whether it has artifacts, how reliable it is. You can compare it to actual published death notices, things like that. You can make sure that it's good data. And so this is the hard data that I want to deal with. And I don't want to think about the reasons right away. I want to start by looking at that data. And so I've been doing that for 6 years, ever since I heard this nonsense that we had to wear masks and that we were going to all die from a virus that's going to appear, whatever it came from, supposedly, and so on. Ever since I heard those crazy stories, I thought to myself, this will never work. If they want to actually inject everyone, there's going to be huge resistance. It'll just never fly. Are they really going to try this? That was my naive thinking at the time. I was ironic with that. So I'm dealing with hard data then. And that data has a function of time. When I look at mortality, you can also look at disease occurrences, but that's not as hard as actual mortality. Because with the disease, you have the diagnosis, and the diagnosis has incredible bias built into it. And diseases can change definitions and so on. But I'm sticking with mortality. And as a function of time, I can relate the changes in mortality. You know, mortality that's less than normal, less than the historic trend, or higher, and make sudden increase in mortality. I can relate that to real world events that I know are happening in the same place. And so these events are things like various government support programs, vaccination campaigns, testing campaigns, laws that get put into place, financial assistance that's suddenly cut, and enormous events like that in our society. And it turns out that these events are highly, highly coordinated. They're synchronous with mortality events that I see in the data. So that's what I want to tell you about. I want to tell you that I've been studying this for a long time. We've written over 50 detailed scientific reports, thousands of pages of graphs and data and testing, working with many scientists. And I want to tell you, before I tell you the results, and the results are stunning, and I'll give you the latest results that are even, some of them are even unpublished now. homicidal group to another. Completely different degrees of mortality. We know that mortality did not cross certain borders. That if there was this virus, if you had a passport, you didn't want to cross borders. Okay, so there were hot spots. There were entire nations and jurisdictions that had lots of death. The neighbors where they had huge economic exchanges with them, nobody died. Those kinds of events, we've been documenting them for years. So one of the big conclusions that we came to in looking at all this mortality data is that we demonstrated that there was no spreading disease, virus or other, that was causing mortality. There's no evidence for spread in the geotemporal evolution of mortality. And we tested that, we looked at the geotemporal mortality down to an equivalent level all across the earth as a function of time throughout the time where there was the COVID was being announced, the pandemic was declared, and you name it. And we showed that the top models that are published in the scientific literature that predicted how the thing should spread and where the mortality should occur are contradicted by the empirical evidence. There's no evidence of anything spreading. Now, I'm not going to argue about whether something can be contagious in your home and whether, when the kids get sick, you also get sick. I don't want to get into those details, but I'm telling you that on the scale of mortality, on the scale of this jurisdiction, there is no evidence for spread. So there was no spreading. That means that the whole basic notion of a new virus that all of a sudden spreads and can cause death and it's deadly, in my view, humbly, is crap. It is not sustainable from the empirical data. So there was nothing like that happening. That's hard fact. And you can look at thousands of my graphs, you can read all my arguments in detail. That's what we concluded about that. And what we found instead was that these sudden surges in mortality were always related to something that was being done to people. And what was being done to people is what I would call assaults. The government, the medical apparatus was assaulting people. They were assaulting them. So they were removing their job. They were removing their place in the world. They were injecting you with things. They were posing their testing on you. They were doing horrible things. And this was widespread. And the extent that, we're still documenting the extent to which these assaults were serious. And so we have shown data where every time you have a campaign of more testing, you can actually follow the data of testing, number of tests per week in a given jurisdiction, and you see immediate following peaks in mortality. Same thing with vaccines. We see high synchronicity between booster rollouts and peaks in excess mortality that are essentially synchronous in many, many jurisdictions, but not all jurisdictions. In some jurisdictions, there are the same kinds of rapid rollouts of infection and almost no mortality that you could say is a peak that's associated with that. So it's different from place to place, but that doesn't take away the fact that in many jurisdictions, there are these incredible synchronicities, you see. And so what we found is that in terms of overall mortality, what was killing people was, and don't get me wrong, vaccines are killers in the sense that vaccine injury and death directly from the toxicity of vaccine is very real. We can prove that. There's been more than 50 autopsy studies reported in the scientific literature. There's more than 4,000 scientific articles that just go on and on about adverse effects directly related to the vaccine injection. So there's no question about the toxicity. But what I want to do is I want to put that in the perspective of overall mortality, on the scale of mortality in populations. And in those terms, that excess mortality from the toxicity is not as big, it's much smaller than the excess mortality from these assaults that I've been telling you about. In other words, what we found was where there were peaks in rapid rollouts of boosters, for example, and an immediate peak in mortality,
in that peak in mortality, as many people were vaccinated as not vaccinated. In other words, it was the vaccine rollout that killed people, not the toxicity itself. On the scale of that large scale of the population, I mean, okay? So how did they roll out these vaccines? Well, they marched into institutions full of sick and vulnerable people, and they said, today we're vaccinating you, and we're disrupting your regular schedule of care. You might not get water that day. You know, and you have to be isolated, and we have to test you. And if you test, we're testing you at the same time in this campaign. And if you test positive, we're going to isolate you. We're going to force you to not use the washroom at the same time as anyone else, et cetera, et cetera. They do all these horrendous things when they roll out this booster in these institutions. That we've come to believe that spectrum of assaults associated with the rollout is what really killed people on the large scale, I mean. Okay, so those are some of the conclusions that we've come to. Now, the other thing that I concluded from looking at all this hard data is I developed an idea about mortality itself and what really does hurt your health. What are the main things that really kill you? And the main thing that really kills you are these assaults that I've been telling you about. You get assaulted by the dominance hierarchy that you live in. They always are coming at you and changing the rules and changing the conditions and removing things from you and hitting you with things you have to do and taking away what you thought you had. And these assaults are constant. And these assaults have always been around throughout history because that's how you keep underlings in their place. And the medical establishment is part of that dominant hierarchy to keep everyone in their place. And one of the leading causes of death is the medical intervention. There is no doubt about that. The drugs that we heard about earlier, against depression, most of medicine is an invitation to have so-called accidents and causes death in people. It's huge. It's huge. It's massive. This outweighs anything you can think of in terms of environmental pollutants and so on. All right. So it's about assaults. We're being assaulted. And this is true not only in human societies, it's true in animal societies. You look at any social animal, and the health of the individual and their longevity depends on their place in the social hierarchy, and that place determines their access to resources and how much they're assaulted by the superiors. Period. That's the absolute first thing that determines the health of the individuals in an animal society. And we are an animal society, and we're just not seeing it clearly because it's hard to see. We've got this institution, we've got this talk about democracy and fairness and all these things and human rights. We've got all this talk, but in the end, it's a dominance hierarchy, and we're constantly being assaulted, and it's the people at the bottom that really suffer it. So when you have a big campaign where they decide to do something to test a military rollout, to test their ability to inject someone because that's something they want to be able to do whenever they want, then it's the people at the bottom that are really going to suffer, that are really going to be killed by this. And that is definitely what we saw. So let me give you some examples of some very definitive results that we found recently. A lot of this is not published yet. I'll be presenting it soon in another venue. But let me give you some examples here. In the United States, pregnant women at first, it was not imposed that they be vaccinated. At a very specific date in 2021, on the 11th of August, 2021, the CDC and the FDA decided that all pregnant women must be vaccinated. In other words, they sent out a message to all the medical services, all the clinics, everyone, that we have decided that this vaccine is safe and effective and will save not only the pregnant woman, but their child. It'll protect the child. And so from now on, you vaccinate pregnant women. It doesn't matter what trimester they're in their
development, nothing matters. You vaccinate them. So there was a date like that. And that date, if you look at the mortality data of why people died, and they died as a result of complications in childbirth or complications related to pregnancy. If you look specifically at those codes of death, there's a knife edge increase in mortality right at that date. It just shoots up. It's at a baseline. It's normal. It's historic. It doesn't matter that COVID came in. It doesn't matter that they started vaccinating the general population. Nothing matters until they impose that on pregnant women everywhere. So including the pregnant women in the poorest environment. Mortality shot up. I even brought a graph. It's too small for me to show you, but mortality shoots up in a knife edge right at that date. And that is the right around that date is also when the United States started doing a program, a campaign that was funded by all the wealthy, goodwill and corporations and so on. That was called vaccine equity. And vaccine equity mean, you know what? Now we have to really go and vaccinate all those ones we haven't vaccinated yet. We're going to go into all the poor neighborhoods. We're going to go into all the institutions. We're going to vaccinate everyone. And they actually put in a target that they wanted to get it done by July of 2021. Well, there was when you look at the rollouts of vaccines, the number of injections done by month, you got all the vaccines at the beginning that everyone's getting, and then there's this really big increase in doses 1 and 2. That's the vaccine equity campaign. Except that was hitting mainly the poor counties. And that is associated also with peaks in mortality, huge peaks in mortality. So those the women who died from pregnancy-related conditions, that only happened in the poor states. You can divide the United States into poor, meaning less than 12% of the population, more than 12% of the population lives in poverty, and not so poor, which is less than 12%. You can make a clean division in the United States. And that mortality happened only in those states. In the rich states, you don't see the effect of this imposed vaccination. That's something we have to keep in mind. It's not just pure vaccine toxicity that there's a risk of dying from being injected. It depends what your health status is and what conditions you're living in and how it's been imposed on you. But that is what we see. So in the US, that rise in mortality corresponds over that short period where they were doing that at the beginning and with the vaccine equity campaign corresponds to 500 deaths of women who died because of direct relation to the vaccine. 500 in the US. That's the scale of it. Now, when that happened, and it happened very suddenly, you have to ask yourself, of the women that were vaccinated but didn't die and gave birth, that they were vaccinated during, let's say, the first terms of the pregnancy. 9 months later, what does infant mortality look like? Well, we did the data. I've got the graph here. 9 months later, after that sudden rise in mothers dying from being forced vaccinated by this FDA imposition, there was a huge rise in newborns dying. 4,000 newborns died in direct relation to that 9 months later. 4,000. That's how many newborns and infants died in the US as a result of this imposed vaccination of pregnant women. So you have to ask yourself, if 4,000 died in the US, how many in Canada? Well, we're crunching the Canadian numbers now, and I'll be reporting on them in a few weeks, but it's about 10 times less, but it's a lot. And how many would there be in Ottawa? You figure it out. Well, those unexplained deaths are right in the ballpark of what some of our best friends have been seeing and complaining about, right? That's what was happening, I think. The other thing that's really shocking about the U.S. mortality data, the U.S. has some of the best data that's available, is that the U.S. suddenly decided, and Canada followed suit within days, that it was perfectly safe to inject with the COVID-19 so-called vaccine, to inject anyone that was more than 6 months old.
and up to 5 years old. That was a good idea, that's a good and safe thing to do. And they decided that at a very specific date. Again, this was now in 2022, and I believe, if memory serves me right, it was around beginning of June 2022. They made that firm recommendation. Toddlers died starting on that date. A huge number of toddlers died. So I can see strong signals of excess death, of normal death, nothing happening during all of COVID until you start doing that. And then a sudden rise in death, and it stays up there as long as you keep vaccinating them, I guess. And that's way above noise. That's a huge signal. And this is toddlers that were 1, 2, 3 years old, and then preschool, 4, 5, up to 6 years old. At 7, they start to be more resilient, or they had already been vaccinated before, and I don't see a big increase. But in those ages up to 6, there's a definite increase in mortality of those young infants, not infants, but toddlers and preschoolers. So that's the data on that. And now I'm going to tell you about cancer, because I think we're the first to get definitive numbers about cancer that is associated with vaccination, and quantitative numbers. So I want to give you the right number. So pull out my. All right. So we have found, now, first of all, it's not easy to see what we saw, because cancer is a very common condition. It's almost a fact of life, basically, and it's one of the major medical associated causes of death in our society, no doubt about it. So when you look at what they diagnose as cancer deaths as a function of time, it's a huge number, and it's basically a flat line as you go through the pandemic. When you just look at the full raw numbers, it looks like a flat line, and you think to yourself, well, why are people talking about the dangers of cancer in association with it? You know, it doesn't appear to be increasing. And that was my first reaction when I looked at the gross number. But if you look at specific cancer types, and if you look at specific age groups, because the young normally don't die of cancer, then you start to see some really big signals coming out. Safety signals. I have more safety signals than you can shake a stick at. I mean, we're seeing them everywhere. Cancers for persons ages 5 to 44 in the U.S., the excess deaths associated with those cancers that came after the start of vaccination and not before is 4,400 excess deaths in those age groups. That's how many. So we've got a quantitative number, and we can see the data. Leukemias in 5 to 24-year-olds, 360 cases of excess death. Not the baseline, the excess death, the rise that comes after you start vaccinating. Okay? We found a very special, very rare cancer that is definitive to diagnose. You can't misdiagnose this type of cancer because it's a bone cancer in young people. So we found that in 5 to 24-year-olds, so-called long bone limb cancer, there were 70 extra deaths. It's really stunning because when we were looking at the data, it's almost zero always, and then it shoots up like we've never seen before historically, just after they start vaccinating those people. So that's a cancer signal that we've detected. But the most surprising cancer result that we found so far is the following one. There's a type of cancer that's called primary multiple site tumors. What that means is that it's a cancer that is so invasive. It's not just invasive in that you get it everywhere. There are lots of tumors. It's that the tumors are, from their point of view, looking at the cell pathology, if you like, are distinct, are different kinds of tumors. In other words, they're very different kinds of cancers. They would not normally associate them to the same primary cancer that then spread. Their way of thinking of it is that these are distinct sources, okay? Distinct starts of cancer. All right. So there's a type of cancer that they diagnose that is one where you've got a whole bunch of tumors, or at least more than one, and they're very, very different looking. So you have to know that cells in tumors look very different from normal cells. They're deformed, they're larger, they have they almost always have more chromosomes in them. They're really easy to spot a cancer cell when you look at a tumor thin section under a microscope. So they have a procedure that's written, that's legally binding, that they have to follow when they're diagnosing cancers. And when they suspect that there's more than one kind of cancer here, they have to do those tests. They have to confirm, before they can say that you have this kind of cancer, they have to confirm it with lab measurements and other chemical measurements, okay? So these are definitive diagnoses of persons who died with this very unusual kind of cancer, which we've come to call turbo cancer, very aggressive, and so on, and scientists have another name for it, I forget the name now, hyperdevelopment syndrome or something, but it's been around for a while, and it was first discovered in 2017 in relation to a pharma product. Okay, that's the origin of the scientific discovery of the so-called turbo cancer. So these very special cancers, in 25 to 44-year-olds, there's an excess of them after vaccination of 240 deaths in the U.S. And in the 75 plus year olds, because they also get it, there's an excess of those deaths of 1,500 in the U.S. in association with vaccination. So those are the hard numbers. Those are the realities. Those are the things that an honest scientist cannot say that's not a signal. An honest scientist has to say we need to look into this. We don't have certainty that those persons who died were or were not vaccinated because we don't keep records on vaccination status because we feel it's not important enough or we have some other reason not to keep records. But they would have to admit that you've got to look into it. You've got to go county by county. You've got to go find those people. You've got to get the medical records. You've got to do a study, an inquiry to figure out these incredible safety signals. How can we explain them? Okay. And so that is essentially what I wanted to report. And let's see, is there anything else I want to say? That's the essence of what I wanted to tell you about. Yeah, the only other thing I want to say is most academics, scientists, MDs are on the payroll, cannot be trusted. They're fooling themselves. They've been indoctrinated into the system through the process of getting tenure. There's something I know something about personally. They've been indoctrinated in the process of being allowed to enter the profession and so on. So you cannot, they shouldn't even trust themselves. They're getting all their information from this tunnel vision education, and they're completely out of it. But despite that, there's a number of scientists that didn't suffer all of that and are actually doing good work. And that's why there are thousands of papers on adverse effects, because there's scientific groups out there doing it. And I want to talk about two of these scientists. One of them is Canadian and one of them is American. And unfortunately, they're both passed now. One passed just very recently, that we should know about. Have you heard of the name Hans Selye? Hans Selye was a medical researcher and MD who did most of his career in Montreal at McGill University. He is the father of our modern understanding of stress, the physiological response to stress. So he discovered the set of organs in your body that are thrown into motion when you have a stimulus that is stressful and you have to respond. And so he proved that by doing lots of experiments on animals and observing humans and so on. And it's just fascinating work. He wrote a book called The Stress of Life that's worth reading because it's the heart of the beginning of understanding stress. Because stress is the key to basically to mortality. Remember I was telling you it's about assault, about the dominance hierarchy? Well, that operates through stress. And the stress response, what the stress response does is it takes resources away from your other bodily functions so that you can respond to the outside stress. So you're taking away things from the rest of your body. And so this is what Hans Selye showed, this taking away of resources and how lethal that was. So since his time, they've done things like stress rats, just make them motionless, put them motionless, isolate them for just a few hours, and you can measure the sometimes lethal impact in their body. Stress is very, very powerful. So Hans Selye is the beginning of that. Now, what's one thing that probably most of you don't know about mortality? I'm going to tell you that's related to Hans Selye. It's this. Get a load of this. Take any major disease, take mortality, mortality rates per individual at virtually all ages are significantly much higher for men than for women. And that's because men are hardwired to respond to stress. Way more strongly than women. Their physiology is one where they will take resources away from their own bodies to respond to that stress. Whereas women do not have that strong response. But women, as a result, so this strong response to stress also turns down your protection against diseases and other kinds of threats because you're taking resources away from your immune system and so on. So as a result, women have a stronger immune response to outside threats, if you like, of that nature, and they will be more allergic, more these kinds of reactions. And this is really well documented. So that is, in a sense, is the proof that stress is the key, and stress is being imposed by aggression. So when you think of your life, you think of your hardship, you can immediately see it because of your boss, your environment, the assaults, the horrible working conditions. Most people who really are on the edge, who are pushed to the limit of their health and so on, they know that it's about assault, right? And so that's important. So that's one person I want to tell you about, Hans Selye, his completely important discoveries about stress. The other person that I just have discovered recently is Peter Duisberg, who just died, I think it was last year. Very recently. Peter Duisberg, Ivy League researcher, very famous, lots of research grants. He discovered one way that a gene could cause cancer in very special circumstances. So he's said to be the first to have discovered an oncogene. He then went on to say, no, oncogenes are not what cause cancer. Okay, so that did not make him friends of a lot of people. He developed a theory of cancer that had been originated much earlier on, like at the beginning of the 20th century, by a German scientist. And he went back there and said, that guy had something. He had a microscope and he was seeing things, and I'm going to go back to that. And so he proved, to my mind proved, I've been reading his fundamental papers, the aneuploidy theory of cancer. So when you read this, it gives you a deep understanding of cancer, that it's not primarily about oncogenes, it's not primarily about toxins, it's not primarily about these things.
but that it is fundamentally, unavoidably, a part of aging, and that, of course, it can be accelerated by these toxic substances, and it is. But at the most fundamental level, it's related to the notion of aging. He was also the guy who said HIV does not cause AIDS. Now that made him the enemy of everyone. Okay, so this was someone who had deep scientific knowledge, spent more than half of his life looking through a microscope. He was completely dedicated, very, very smart man, and he called it the way that it was in scientific terms, writing scientific papers, and he was hated for it. He lost all of his funding overnight, and so he's someone that we shouldn't forget. So I want to tell you about people like that as well. And I'd be happy to answer questions at this stage on if you guys are okay with me stopping here. Yeah, I'm welcome to. I'm happy to entertain questions if that's okay with you. I don't know. I don't know. I look at mortality. I look at events. I look at the relationship between vaccine rollouts and when these extra cancers come in. And I know that this was happening more in poor communities and underprivileged communities than in others. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So I don't know. That you say that's what vaccine does. They tell us what vaccines are, what viruses are, how the immune system responds. I don't care about all that. I'm just using a word that's convenient. We know, if I say vaccine, most people in our society know it's that thing they inject in your arm. They injected stuff into your arm, okay? And yeah, I'm sorry, I don't agree with you because the language straight, when you say that, you want us to use a language that adopts your picture of what you believe is happening, okay? And I don't agree with that. Like I said at the beginning, I want to go with empirical facts and I want to be understood as clearly as possible. So I'm just going to use the words that I think do that job. Everyone gets to decide what words they're going to use, okay? So that's what I'm going to do. That's fine. That's your thing. Power to you.
Not your turn,
okay.
Brian, it's not the Brian Dirksen show.
Yeah.
It's not the Brian Dirksen show. Behave.
Yeah, okay, so the further you go back, the less detail you have, okay? But we can go back to 1900 in mortality data. That's when real good data started in the Western world, okay? Around 1900 and before. And then if you want more detail, like you want higher temporal resolution and so on, like another really good group of data started after the Second World War. Things really improved in terms of higher resolution and so on, and both spatial and temporal resolution. So we have a lot of data that starts in 1968, for example, data sets that are really good, databases. And then we have another database in the US that starts in 1999 that is even better. And so depending on which country, like France has amazing data. It's like daily resolution down to the postal code where you live. They have amazing data. So we've discovered things in France that we would not easily see in other places. Like for example, in France, we saw that this big peak at they announced the COVID and there was this huge spike in mortality. We went to see where that was in France, and it was basically in one hospital. Okay, so and the same thing, you can do almost the same thing, but not with that much resolution in Canada. In Canada, there was a big spike of mortality rate at the beginning. Guess where? In the most populous center of Montreal. Period. Nowhere else in Quebec, in the whole province of Quebec, was there a spike like this. Nowhere else. So it was related to hospital protocols and so on. So
I hope that answers your question, but it just, yeah, that's the kind of data. Yeah, I see hands up. I need help too. I don't. Yeah, you, be aggressive, please. Can't hear you.
I believe that we've been generationally taught so when something like this, I don't believe that
Of course.
and then when something like this comes along, and as you say about stress reacts to the information we're given.
Let me respond to that right away. Yeah, the question is, I think we've been taught to be ill, or trained to think ourselves as ill, right? And that's absolutely true. That's the function of the medical establishment, is to drive that into you, and that is part of maintaining the dominance hierarchy in our society. The underling has to know that they're weak, has to know that they can be bossed around, trained, forced to do things. And I'm gonna put a radical idea out towards in answer to this, which is this: our sensitivity with regards to our health to stress is built in because we want to stabilize the dominance hierarchy. I'm going to use a lot of you don't like the notion of evolution, but I'm going to use an evolutionary argument to say it's evolutionary that most social animals developed a strong link between individual health and response to stress. Because what that does is it reinforces that you're going to have a dominant hierarchy. It allows a dominant hierarchy. Okay? If you didn't get sick from being assaulted, they wouldn't be able to have a dominance hierarchy. and animal societies would not have that huge advantage, competitive advantage compared to other groups, which is the dominance hierarchy. It gives you that advantage. You can create big societies, you can build pyramids, you can do all kinds of things. And so I know I went a little far there, and I know that some people are going to be upset about the evolutionary argument, but that's what I am. I'm a scientist. Okay. Yes. Okay, listen, I'm not there's times when you're asking me to give my opinion, and I think this is the time when you're asking. As a scientist, I will give rigorous data, and I will explain the limits of what I'm saying when I write papers and so on. But right now, I'm just which is I don't believe that transduction actually works. I'm just going to use the word to get along. Pharma cartoon. I don't believe that they are able to use these nanoparticles, cationic nanoparticles. And I'm someone as a scientist who knows what a nanoparticle is, and I know what these chemical reactions are, and I've written papers about it, and I've written papers about nanoparticles and about these reactions. So I know what I'm talking about when I say this, but I don't believe they can use this to deliver mRNA material into a cell without killing the cell. And that's just nonsense to me, that the cell would be this engine to create a spike protein that then would go out there and then the immune system could detect it and so on. To me, that whole story is just complete nonsense. But and of course it's just a story. All they want is to perfect a system where they can inject everyone whenever they want. That's the military objective here, and it was planned long ago, and everybody who's involved is getting paid lots of money for their role in it, and that's all that matters. So all this other stuff, I don't care about it. And a lot of scientists are really angry with me because I don't even believe that they have detected spike protein in someone who's been vaccinated. That they've actually detected it and shown that it was this molecule. Okay. I'm not sure I know what that means. Yeah. The cationic lipid nanoparticles, of course, are real and of course are being produced, and of course there are patents about them.
that doesn't mean that they work. That doesn't mean that the story is true. Just because you have patents doesn't mean anything. Okay, so you need patents to justify how you're going to exploit this financially. You need patents to give yourself the only right to do this in this way. But it doesn't. Patents aren't real. They're not any more real than scientific articles. They're not a proof of anything. Okay, so that's where I disagree with people like the hero that you mentioned. I just, yeah, that's right. I disagree with him completely. I just don't think that's relevant. I don't think, this is just my opinion. I'm going off the deep end here, but I do not. What was I going to say? The patents. Oh, right. Who cares? It's not this idea that they created using engineering a lethal virus that then spread, and that they are the culprits who killed us. That is a lot of nonsense, and they want you to believe that. As I showed in our publication, there was no spreading disease. And what killed people was the assaults. It had nothing to do with this stuff. So this argument about whether it was created in a lab or from a bat having sex or something like that, it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. It's all nonsense. It's all to get you to be afraid of a potential danger that is in the air, that's out there, that you need to be protected from. It all works in that direction, and it's not true in my opinion. It's nonsense. So that's why I say we have to separate these stories, the cartoons, the propaganda, from what we can see with our eyes, our own hard experience without being fooled by these cartoons, our own hard experience that is not reliant on these interpretations, and also empirical measurements that can be looked at. You can go and get all the same data that I analyze and look at it yourself. Anyone can do that. So that's my opinion. Yeah. Yeah, I see you. There's a question right there. Go ahead. Oh, sorry, there's two of you there. Okay, I'm You need to speak more loudly, please. Yes. Yes, he did. I know.
Would it be a
Yeah. Yes. 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 He's a scientist too. He's even a physicist, which is the best kind. Okay. Yes. Yes. I know. I know all about that controversy. Well, that's an area where Ricardo and I would disagree completely. I have read those papers on the toxic batches. I've read the papers that he cited. I wrote to the authors. I pointed out to them the mistakes they were making. They said, "Yeah, you're right. We'll do better. We're going to write more papers." They didn't. And I also wrote a paper that analyzed the VAX data and showed that these batches that were thought to be dangerous were actually delivered to the most vulnerable, most elderly people. They were batches that were delivered at that time to those people. So I'm not denying that there are bad batches. I'm sure that there would be bottles that would contain stuff that's really dangerous. I'm sure that it's heterogeneous in the sense that you cannot control an industrial process that well. But at the same time, there's what Ricardo didn't say is that these particular nanoparticle ones do not involve live bacteria or viruses or anything. They're actually made synthetically. They're just molecules. And maybe to cut corners on the fabrication, there might be steps where they use it, but there's less chance of contamination. Yeah, but that's just answering that question. Yeah, go ahead. I know that the manufacturing system was different from the bulk batches, and the bulk batches had more risk of impurities and so on. I know that. Okay, it was bacterial, but not in a way that could contaminate easily with the product. Really? Okay. Yeah, see, that's the thing is the SV40 is not the same as a live dangerous substance like the examples you were giving from history. You know, with very different stuff. See, the SV40, I don't even believe in oncogene. I don't even believe that that's a thing. That's. I think that's just another bit of nonsense. Like I wrote to the authors of some of those papers and I said, can you tell me an example where someone is known to have died from having SV40? Okay, I just want an example. I don't think there's any examples like that where it's been demonstrated. And they didn't have an answer. They said, oh no, well, it's known to be cancerogenic. It's in the literature. They couldn't give me an example. So I mean, I write to these people and I try to figure it out, but I just don't see that. I don't think. Look, there's such a big difference in when you were vaccinated, whether or not you died, on the institution and the poverty level and the social circumstances. That's way bigger than any batch thing that you can see, because every time I look at these batches, the authors were not recognizing that the different batches were given to different people. And I'm sorry, but there's an exponential higher chance of dying as you get older. Okay, that's called Gompert's law. That's true of toxicity. That's true of everything. So you can't give a batch to 90-year-olds in homes and say there's a toxic batch. Okay, and that's what they were doing. And they were either doing that and didn't look at the data enough to recognize it, or they didn't look to see if that was the case when they reported the data. And so I'm very critical of those papers. I don't believe that. Yeah. I'm glad we're having this discussion because I did hear a lot of things that I disagree with today, and I'm glad we're hashing it out like this, you know. Yeah.
Sorry, but that's the way it is. We can agree to disagree.
Brian.
Yes.
Yeah. Freedom.
Very loudly, please. Forget it. Okay, from the data that I've seen, there's no doubt that the vaccines was affecting women in their cycle and in menstruation and even infertility. And as I said today, it even caused the death of women during childbirth and during pregnancy. So it's a very real thing. And there's lots of really good data about fetal loss. I didn't talk about the fetal loss data, but fetal loss spiked when they started vaccinating pregnant women in the United States. So there's no doubt that there's a huge impact on the reproductive system from the vaccine, whether you die or not, right? There's no doubt about that. But you also mentioned the word shedding. And as I understand shedding is that you've been vaccinated, your body is making these spike proteins and then it's shedding them somehow. And those spike proteins are dangerous. You're putting them out in the environment and you can spread them to other people and so on. And I personally believe that that is a lot of nonsense. I don't believe the shedding thing. I don't believe that spike proteins are produced by your wonderful cells in your body because they injected this thing. I don't believe any of their cartoons, and I believe what I see. If I see data of serious people who collected data about women's reproductive system being disturbed, if I see VARS events, if I see mortality, I will believe that. I'll analyze it. But if I hear anecdotes about shedding, and I try to look for the proof of it, the scientific proof of it, and I can't find it, then I don't want to deal with it. That's my kind of answer. You can challenge me on that, but yeah. Like a young woman came to me and said that she was really concerned because she wanted to make sure that the boy that she marries is unvaccinated because she doesn't want to have those toxic things in her baby and in her body and so on. And I said, please, make sure you research whether or not this is a real danger before you decide not to marry this poor guy. You know? like, 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 do some research. Don't just go off the deep end with trying to find out if they've ever been vaccinated and so on. So I had a conversation like that with a couple of young women who were worried. I don't think it's a thing. Look, it's so important what I've been trying to tell you about assault. This is so dominant, and the stress that we're being subjected to. And see, here's another example. In the U.S., like in every Western nation, at the beginning of the pandemic, they gave financial support to the people who needed it most. Massive amounts. In the U.S., it was more than $1 trillion. The U.S. giving money to the poor, okay, at the start of the pandemic, because they knew that if they just go and assault these people, make them lose their job and so on, it's going to be a mess. So they gave a lot of money to people. It was unemployment benefits, okay, in the U.S. Then half the states, 26 out of the states, decided that, you know what, this federal program, we don't like it, we're going to opt out, and they cut it. Almost at the same time, they all cut it. And so what you see in toddler mortality is regular toddler mortality, historic line in the US, then it drops below normal while they're giving these benefits. Then when they cut the benefits, it shoots up way above and stays there. You see what I'm trying to say? I'm trying to say that there's vulnerable people who are on the edge, where a bit of financial help really makes a big difference. And if you give them more, you're going to improve the nation's health, and that there's going to be less deaths in those populations. And then when you cut it off, it's worse than before you gave it. Okay, and it just fired up. And they were following the same program in Canada, and I see the same kind of data in Canada. I see in Canada when they decided to increase the protection of the elderly. Okay. In other words, when they're locking down the homes more severely, there's 3 dates at which they did that in Canada. Each one is immediately followed by a peak in mortality in the elderly people of 85 plus. A very sudden, sharp peak in mortality. I mean, this is what we're talking about. We're talking about assaults of people who can die and who can get sick. And it's the individuals in society that are being subjected to this constant stress that have the weakest health and that are more susceptible to suffering when they assault them again. You're talking about different technologies for making the vaccine, or? Okay, is this a particular manufacturer, the Replicon? I don't know what that is. Sorry. Yeah, I didn't. I'm not. Oh, replication defective. Do you mean replication? Do you mean that the mRNA is supposed to produce this protein and it's not able to? Is that the replication you're talking about? Oh, a virus, of the virus. See, I've been saying from the beginning, I don't think the virus is relevant. You know that hold on. I don't want to get into that debate, but we got line up here. Sorry, I do apologize. Okay. wait, who's Howard? Okay. Okay, sorry. Now, what was your question? I know. I'm familiar, and I talk to these the people who do the cell pathology and the autopsies. I know them personally. I talk to them, and I know about that work. And this is just me again, my personal opinion. The staining molecule, is, in my opinion, is not at all specific to the so-called spike protein. Okay? So I think they're just staining cellular damage. Now, I don't, for clearly the cationic nanoparticle itself is highly destructive of cell membranes and it's going to cause a lot of damage. I mean, myocarditis is a very real thing. The cells in your heart do not get replaced, they get damaged by these nanoparticles. You can see that damage under the microscope. If you take a thin section, you can stain the damage, but it doesn't mean you're seeing spike protein. You're seeing damage. Okay, that's how I understand it. There's no demonstration, and I looked for it. There's no lab demonstration that these stains are specific to the spike protein. So again, that's where I have to separate, the story from reality. Yes, the embalmers. Let me go straight to that. Who asked that? Who asked that? Yeah. Again, I believe the embalmers and finding those what do you call highly viscous white fibers and everything. Of course. And again, that could be exactly a result from the nanoparticles. Okay, from the cationic lipid nanoparticles, and that's what I would expect from it. So it doesn't mean that the cartoon about spike protein is working. And the problem is, everyone who's trying to interpret the problem is everyone who's trying to interpret their results, to observe these kinds of things, they've bought into the pharma cartoon and they repeat it. So they interpret it in terms of spike protein. They interpret it, but you don't need that. You can just say, yeah, that's a real phenomenon, and yeah, of course, and you have to amputate people's legs sometimes because their circulation is so bad. So all that is true, but it can all be due to the toxic effect of the cationic lipids, which are highly toxic and have been known to be toxic. If you read the scientific papers from before 2020, they'll all tell you, don't try to use these cationic nanofilms. The biggest limitation is they're toxic. So, it's pretty clear. Well, yeah, it's just making me think, fear is a component of it, but when you say something like that, I think of all my knowledge related to stress, right? And so how do you fold it all in and how would I explain it? But yeah, basically the fear factor is a big one because that's what induces a stress response immediately, right? So that's the thing we understand best, for sure.
I'm not going to say what how do we move forward?
I think the best answer is the one that we heard from Ellen Groos today. That's the best answer. That's what I would agree with, and I think that's the best answer. Because Ellen basically said, use the institutions. Keep pressure on the institutions.
Stop funding the institutions.
And you know, that's what she basically is saying. I'm part of that institution, therefore I have a strong connection to it. That's where I can act. And so we can all act where we are strongly connected to our employers, institutions, the government services, and we just got to keep at it. And so I've thought about this a lot. I used to teach how you change the world to students at the university. So what you are opening up is a can of worms about how does societal change occur and what is the best way to do it and how does the individual play into that. And that is a huge discussion. And it's one that I've spent decades on with students and with collaborators and so on. And I have fought incredible battles myself. So I have ideas about that. But you know what? That belief about what we should do is very personal and it's tied to your identity. What you believe about the best process to move forward and what everyone should do, if we can only all agree and all that kind of stuff, is intimately tied to your identity. So we're not going to convince ourselves by a quick discussion or by a logical argument, because it's part of who we are. That we've decided, you know, the world is like this, and I'm going to respond this way.
I identify as a grand jury rising.
And so that's personal. That's really tied to our identity. I think that's another dimension of this that has to be dealt with. Okay. So I don't know.
Speaker about air on Monday nights at 6 to 9. See you next.
You know, let me answer another way. No. There is no one answer, but there are answers. Let me give another answer, a very different answer, one that's completely disconnected from the one that I just gave. Because the one that I just gave is the limited perspective of how do we act in our society as an individual. What can we do? But I want to give another answer, and it's this. Our ability to improve our country and our society and the system and to correct things is going to be affected by one thing more than anything else, and that is one word: geopolitics. The huge geopolitical battles that are occurring in the world right now, that are huge, that are significant, those things are going to change our lives directly or indirectly more than anything else. You lived a free life and had freedom in the 1950s and 60s and 70s because it was after the Second World War and it was after this big geopolitical thing, and society was organizing itself a certain way. And because of geopolitical forces, they decided to take that democracy away and to gradually degrade all the institutions and to put us in the state we're in today. And now they're deciding to have other geopolitical battles, and the vaccination campaign was a military campaign about that. And so the geopolitics, and I'm talking about the large blocks that are opposing each other, or in the case of the US, they want to exploit most of the continents, most of the world. They want to keep complete dominance. Whereas Russia, China, Iran, places like that, they have sovereignty and they want to keep it. And they want to ensure that they can keep it in the long run. And they want to protect their own systems and their own resources, their right to do exchanges in business with Africa, Latin America, and so on. So these are huge battles. You have to understand that the U.S. is gearing up. The U.S. is like freaked out that they're losing dominance, and they're spending trillions of dollars on the military and on making plans to do things. And they're in active wars right now in the Middle East, in Europe, in Asia. There are active hot wars happening right now,
And those things are going to affect us more than anything we can do personally. Okay, just like the 50s and 60s were different now for the same reason. So that's my other answer is that we're little, so we have to concentrate. We can't pretend that we're bosses of the world and we should all do this and it'll fix it. We have to admit that we're caught in this, that we're doing the best we can. And when I look for practical solutions, to me, Ellen Bruce is a huge inspiration. And professionals and workers like her that are doing that kind of thing, and I think are like doing a lot. There's people fighting against the fact that the vaccines were imposed on them. They're not giving up. They're organizing. They're exposing. They're shaming the officials that were involved. But they're using the tools of the institutions that we still have. They're using the courts. They're using the unions. They're using whatever they can that gives them power and leverage, and they're doing what they can. So that's what I think. That's me.
Stop asking him questions. Oh, God.
The nanoparticles are how the vaccine is designed. The whole technology is based on these nanoparticles. The nanoparticles carry genetic material, which is the mRNA, and is supposedly the nanoparticle is reactive, so it breaks open the cell wall, lets the mRNA in, then the cell is supposed to use that mRNA as a template to make spike protein. And then the spike protein gets out, sticks to the cell, and sticks to other thing, and the immune system sees it, has a reaction, and develops a sensitivity to the spike protein in principle, so that when you see a virus that has this spike protein, you attack it with your immune system. That's the cartoon, okay? Now, that's the cartoon, but the technology is, they're putting these cationic nanoparticles, lipid nanoparticles into the vaccine. They're all based on that. And you have to know that, the ability to vaccinate everyone has been a military project for a long time. That's what the flu vaccines are all about. Now, the flu vaccines were the traditional vaccines that didn't use this nanoparticle technology, and they had to grow bacteria and things in chicken eggs. So they had huge industrial chicken farms that they had to keep sterile and extremely expensive. And you couldn't shut these things down and start them up again. So you had to keep selling these flu vaccines every year. So you have to maintain that industry, maintain the reason for putting public funds into this military project, and you couldn't turn it off, and it was super expensive, all because the military wants to be able to use these darn vaccines whenever they want. They want a pretext to inject people. So then they decided to switch to nanoparticle technology because it's way cheaper, way faster, way cleaner. You don't need chickens. You can do away with the chickens, and you don't need all those. And you can tell the story that you're able to design it to do anything. Flu, this virus, this other virus, this new thing. You can cure cancer with it. You can do everything. It's a magical thing. It's this new technology. We should all celebrate the greatest discovery of humanity. So that's what they're selling. But it's definitely those very real cationic lipids, which are highly toxic, are in all those darn vaccines for sure. Okay? That's the answer to that. Just forget about the herd immunity thing, okay? Because there's nothing spreading. They just want to be able to kill you. There's no spread. You don't need immunity. You don't need herd immunity. You don't need vaccines. You don't need any of that stuff. You need access to resources. You need community. You need friends. You need family. You need your internal emotional stability. You need Jesus. You need your pets. You need everything.
Jenny Rankford, thank you very much. That was awesome. Okay, now Howard Kwan is here to get some solutions, and Ray wants to talk quickly about can we give Ray one?
Yeah, we can change
Stand right here beside Ray in 1 minute. We'll together carry her back over to the stand. Okay.
Yeah.
And then I think it's a good thing Lisa Myron wasn't able to make it because she's not here, right? You're right there.
Oh, yeah. That's fine.
Is that Lisa?
No.
We have a question.
I just want to say something.
Oh yeah.
The other day in the news online, I saw that China is claiming they're having another COVID pandemic, and that COVID is spreading everywhere now.
COVID.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
So,
Lies.
yeah, I know.
If you watch the news and just figure everything's opposite world, you kind of find out what's going on. Here's Ray.
Yeah, just a very brief announcement about something. There's one thing everyone can do is use cash and increase awareness. And so there's a wonderful website called www.usecash.ca, and I have a few cards that you can give out. And to stop central bank digital currency, one of the main components of the global system. So this is, I have a little flyer. It's on the table over there, and I've been giving them out. So it's something easy. You can just photocopy it and take it to different businesses, and they can put it in their window. It says, "Why I'm proud to be a cash-friendly business." So it just educates people, advertises the businesses that do use cash, and you can, boycott ones that don't. It's one small thing everyone can do. So yeah, thank you.
Folks, Howard's going to get going here. If you want to get emails about what's happening up here at Finnegan's and everywhere else, I have about 800 people on my email list from all across Canada. So people send me stuff and ask me to share. So those are the sort of compilation emails I send out once a week. So if you want, before you leave, put your email on this thing. And here's Howard Kwan.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, everyone, for being so engaged. We're not only concerned citizens. We're a special community. One is very unique since the inception of the convent, and that means a lot. So we appreciate everyone. Coming along. I thank you. I hope everyone enjoyed my display of signs. By the way, I hate the wind, and I hate tornadoes, and I hate the rain. But despite that, I'm out there every weekend and so on.
Love you, Howard!
And it's so important that I do because it is symbolic.
No, it's fine. It's right.
Say from the Freedom Convoy, with signs, with people, with the love, with the peace, with the lawfulness of it. So we were quite changed since then. Now, since time has passed, I just want to read what I prepared, because in a typical week, I prepare new signs, I prepare new ideas. It takes me a while. I cram it all on Friday evening, and so I don't get much sleep. I'm just saying, for 6 years. So, that being said, well, as you look around, you do see these signs, and it is very important because messages, the words, as we seen in this rally, words are so vitally important in how things were going and how it was used against them, right? And so what we need to do is use it against them. We use what they do. Same as the laws. We audit the shit out of them. That's what we need to do. We have to use the laws that they make against them. Anyway,
So they're just more than signs. What we're seeing right now is crucial part of communication. We tried online, we tried rallies, we tried words, per se, articles and stuff, but we need to continue the human touch, right? As the Freedom Convoy has displayed. It's so important that we maintain that. Many of us feel like we tried everything and yet we haven't seen any progress or results that we hope for. So you grow weary, you hear the constant noise and the compliance pressure and getting belittled for standing up for basic truths. I totally get it, and I went through myself. It is crazy, it is upside down, but we need to proclaim our power through words. It's what we have left. We are born. We are born for a time like this, not to coast on autopilot as many people have, but to pay attention, ask uncomfortable questions, so many of them, and reclaim the public square. Science is a way to do that. Think about what we lived through. Words were weaponized against us throughout COVID. Language was twisted to generate fear, right? Demand compliance, isolate us, and divide families. These tyrants and power structures have always used narrative manipulation to shape what you are allowed to say, think, and question. We can't allow them to continue to do that. The very tool we used to confuse and divide us, what they used, is exactly the tools we can use to break their spell, right? And I have found my niche in these signs and a good way to express myself, to share my truth, freedom, and even the gospel. So, because they're all connected, we are battling a spiritual battle. Words carry active, immovable weight. When we choose clear, unassailable truths, we turn the power of language right back against the official narrative. This is why using written voice in the public is an absolute necessity. So, some people ask me, why do I do what I do? They say, why do you stand in Parliament Hill all this time? Carry this sign for hours. Normally, I'm at the Hill for 4 hours every Saturday. Whether it's rain or shine, I'm there. So when people walk by and stuff, they're glad to see there's someone standing up for us, and also we're not alone. We don't think sorry, other people think like them. So, so out of Parliament Hill, where I've been providing public information services, it's not protesting. This is information for the public good. And what I try to discern and decipher is that information that is filtered with the truth, where it's not to offend per se, but is to really reach the people inside. I do use psychology. I do use whatever Jason Christoff uses, all the psychologists, reverse psychology, reframing, you name it, I'm using it. And I find it's helping with the signs and they're reaching the people. And why I do this is for my family, of course, who don't see eye to eye with me. Many of you here also are in that situation where we're trying to figure out what can we say, what left can we do to try to reach them. Well, I've been trying to work on that through signs, the messages, the questions, the facts, and also common truth, and use the wisdom of this world and share that. What Yeah, what I'm doing with signs isn't limited just to the words on the signs. It's not that simple. You can expand that to using it um, in pamphlets, in conversations, in meetings, in rallies. The the ability to have a succinct few words on one sheet or one sign to capture the essence of what you're trying to get to is so important in communication. In this world of information overload, in misinformation, disinformation, mostly from the government, right, and the media, we have big battle combat. So if we have signs at a rally, who's going to be able to stop us? Maybe by law, maybe the police. They have stole my signs before, right? Or damaged them. So that doesn't deter me. So behind the scenes, I'm working. I'm pretty busy, spending time sharing information, offering practical advice as on outreach activities, and working directly with various individuals and groups across the country, including some of the speakers who were here. So I'm trying to, help them with the branding, the messaging, the signage, and that is so important to deliver the important ideas that they have. What use is it if you have so much information, but you're not able to communicate it in a precise way that will be well received? Getting attention, making awareness, and then getting action is what I'm trying to do with my activism. So what we do out in the streets isn't about anger. It's about calm, systematic strategy to awaken public consciousness. That's the hard part. Through real-time experience and research, I've refined and continue to redefine, because everything is dynamic, the art of crafting short, impactful messages and questions. So communicating clearly, concisely, and effectively in one of the single best tools at our disposal, and we should take advantage of it at every opportunity. And that's what I do at the Hill. And these distilled messages go beyond, of course, the signs. Every single one of you here today, including all the brilliant guest speakers, can take this approach. When we master that simplicity, we grab people's attention, make them aware of the subject, and mobilize them to seek more information, join like-minded groups or individuals, and help build a solution or take some concerted actions. We have to figure that out. And we have to put our differences aside and work together the best we can. Over time, the response I've been getting on the streets have been shifted dramatically. Compared to years past, the overall feedback has overwhelmingly positive today. People are waking up, they are listening, and they are nodding along. The cars that come by, they see the messages, they only have 2 to 3 seconds to see it. So that's why it's important to reach them. People passing by, maybe 5 seconds, even more, they stop, take pictures. Many have stopped and talked to me, took pictures, videos, blessed me and all that. Even give me $5 or so. Nice. But the thing is, they are silent, and what use is it that we are silent, the majority, if we remain silent? So we got to keep speaking out. So I'll just wrap it up with one more thing before I wrap it up. Throughout history, whenever authorities controlled the printing press, ordinary citizens found a way. In Eastern Europe, they called it samizdat. That pointed that out to me. So it's literal self-publishing, samizdat. People typed it out on essays on carbon paper and passed them hand to hand. Well, I'm doing this with signs today. So it's the modern version of samizdat. We don't need a corporate media green light to do this. when we write print a succinct message on physical board with the messages, with various psychological methodologies, just like what they've been used against us, then we have the weapons too. Let's see. I'm skipping through a few things. Okay. Quit a lot. I just want to. Oh yeah, I'm going to share my slide here. What I'm using with my signs and messages and questions is called, in psychological terms, pattern interrupt. And I'll show you.
Oh yeah. Sir, your sign's upside down.
You know, I know that because the world's upside down. And if I had a toonie every time I did that, I could fund the entire freedom movement.
Yeah, it's true. I hear it all the time.
So, I'll conclude with what we have here. Yeah, I had a few other things to say, but sorry. I thank you for your patience.
These signs don't make yourself. You're amazing hours.
So, quickly, what I want to do is have a silent sign flash mob at every street corner, in big crowds, in the mall, and so on. Imagine how many we get a dozen people with these signs silent. How many minds will you reach, right? You sat here, and you had time to absorb it. But if you're in a crowded mall or a Byron Market, for example, we've been there, or the Hill, imagine how many people and how many seeds we've been planting, right? Just by saying simple signs, a series of signs, saying, it makes sense. I'm glad somebody thought of that, right? So it's so important to be there. I had people come out from Montreal, and they were worried during the early days of COVID, after the conflict. They were crying because they were hoping people were still fighting for truth in the capital. So they saw me and my friend there, and they were so happy that we had our signs. So important that we reach people, even though they don't know we're here. So I just want to go back to the end and conclude. Oh, I'm not just doing science. What I'm trying to do is launch a website and what do you call those pages? Substack. Thank you. And share my strategies, my philosophy, my science, my messages, my questions, my experience, my photos, and so on. So people can benefit from what I learned, what I experienced through boots on the ground. And I think if we were to do that in a mass scale across the country, even if you're just one person standing there is just as strong as 20. So, and I'm planning a flash mob around sometime in a certain day in November, 1 month, and maybe you could help me out because of Bill Steven. All right. I want to thank Chris and every other speakers for hosting us, and using our public voice is so important in the form of science because it we do this not out of hatred, but what is in front of us. We do it out of deep love for what is behind us, our children, our grandchildren, and the heritage of freedom that belongs to every human being. You were born for a time like this, so be kind, be compassionate, be completely unshakable. Take care of yourself, pray, repent, and follow Jesus. Keep your messages clear, and let's keep moving forward together. Thank you, God bless you, and keep planting the seeds and shining the light. Thank you.
No, Ryan, no.
No.
So, friends, I think it's only fair because we had the experience of a very nice gentleman by Mr. Rancourt. But I want to remind everybody that Mr. Rancourt said on 2 occasions that he was giving you his opinion. And I just want to read to you what I said to you earlier. I said, I love the fact Dr. David Martin has
Anyway,
never had
that's
to
about
retract
it.
a single word
We're
he said.
done here. It's
And
about
I love
5.5
that fact
hours.
because we have
Thank you
not
all
heard
those who
his
stayed.
opinion,
Thank you all those
and
who
you have
dropped
not
in.
heard mine.
Thank you all those who watched
Okay, that's the
earlier.
difference. He gave us
Remember,
his
like,
opinion.
share,
I didn't.
subscribe. If you want to see more
Just
like
want to
this,
clarify
let me
that.
know. Drop a comment.
You've been watching the Chad meeting. Hope you enjoyed the show. Remember 2 things, cats. If you walk downtown and see this cat in a black fedora who looks like he stepped right out of a Blues Brother movie or some John Candy film, it might be the Chad. Or was it the Chad? Maybe you walk up to him and ask, maybe not. Either way, I'm not the Chad, but he could be. See y'all next time, eh? Keep those cameras safely rolling.
Don't get the rats. Don't get the rats.